of Tarboro magazine, but I resigned those positions to run for office. I'm running as a commissioner for the Town of Tarboro.
So I'm assuming that's where you're from originally, or you just
Not originally. See, my grandfather has lived there for about 40 years. I moved in with him about 2 years ago to help take care of him. I got involved with politics, with their politics about a year ago, a year and some work. And I've been doing some work with them since.
Now, who's your grandfather?
Charles Coe.
Okay. Well, I hope you get it. When you learn about you having politics, I'm going to be a part of that.
Thanks. I know I, for one, am very happy and very excited to have a chance to serve my country.
It'll be good. It's a good stepping stone to what you learn.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everybody to please turn off or silence your cell phones. Councilman Taylor, would you mind leading us in an invocation?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us today. We thank you for the rains that were sent, and we pray, Lord, that you'll protect us from the storm this weekend. We know it's all in your hands. We thank you for allowing us to live in a great little town like Tarboro, and a wonderful country like the United States of America, where we can gather together and discuss the issues that are before us. Be with us tonight as we discuss those issues, and help us as a council, working with our staff and our citizens to do the right things for Tarboro. Tonight we also lift up our fellow neighbors in the western part of the state that we know are still struggling. We just pray, Lord, that you will continue to give them the strength to carry on. Thank you again for giving us this day. Bless us this night. We ask it all in your name. Amen.
Please rise if you're able for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on tonight's agenda is the approval of the agenda by council.
So moved.
Councilwoman Jordan made the motion. Councilman Woodard seconded that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Motion carries. Tonight we have two proclamations. The first of which is honoring the life of Ambrose Lloyd Owens III, or as we know, Tripp. Whereas Ambrose Lloyd Tripp Owens III was born on June 10, 1968, to Ambrose Lloyd Owens Jr. and Candace Bailey Owens, and graduated from Tarboro High School in 1987 before continuing his study at Lewisburg College, Martin College, and earning his nursing degree at Edgecombe Community College in 2008. And whereas Tripp dedicated his professional life to serving the people of Eastern North Carolina, first through Braswell Distributor, and later as a compassionate registered nurse at Heritage Hospital, where he mentored students from Edgecombe Community College and East Carolina University, calming patients with his trademark greeting, "Hey, Shook," and an uncanny knack for finding shared connections. And whereas Tripp was the first volunteer paramedic in Edgecombe County and rendered selfless aid during the devastating flooding of Hurricane Floyd, exemplifying courage and commitment to public safety. And whereas, as a lifelong member of Calvary Episcopal Church, Tripp served as head usher. And whereas, Beginning at age 15, Tripp was a passionate amateur radio operator, call sign N4NTO, who mentored countless new hands, supported community events, and was participating in Parks on the Air activation at the time of his passing. And whereas Tripp married the love of his life, Joanna Shackelford Owens, on May the 5th of 2001, children, Simon 1st, 2003, and Sadie Worrell Owens, born May 26, 2005. And whereas Tripp freely gave his time as a T-ball and soccer coach, a Cub Scout Pack 49 volunteer, a frequent chaperone, and an enthusiastic supporter of Simon's golf tournaments and Sadie's FFA livestock projects, letting her paint his nails while affectionately naming turkeys Thanksgiving, Christmas, and my favorite, Chet. And whereas his hospitality and larger-than-life personality were on full display at Camp Tripp each 4th of July week at the family cottage, hosting family and friends for supper club and other celebrations, often with his near-legendary Bloody Marys at Tarboro River Bandits games, where he greeted friends with a hug and a big wet kiss. And while timing swimmers in lane 4, as he called it, the fast lane at Tarboro Swim Club. And whereas Tripp championed public health by encouraging every patient to schedule life-saving colonoscopies and volunteered radio support for the Edgecombe Cancer Support Foundation's Run for Your Life 5K. In addition to judging applicants for the Braswell Sheffield Scholarship. And whereas his legacy of faith, service, mentorship, and friendship continues to inspire all who knew him and enriches the fabric of the Tarboro community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Town Council of the Town of Tarboro, North Carolina, that we honor and celebrate the life of Ambrose Lloyd Owens III, or as we know him as Tripp, and extend our deepest sympathy to his wife Joanna, their children Simon and Sadie, and in the entire Owens and Shackelford families, encouraging all citizens to remember and emulate his example of selfless service, adopted this 18th day of August 2025. It was so long, they had to make it 2 pages.
This is really very special.
We're very proud. Tonight we also have a proclamation honoring the Tarboro River Bandits for becoming the 2025 Old North State League champions. Whereas the Tarboro River Bandits have brought great pride and distinction to the town of Tarboro by winning the Old North State League championship in the summer of 2025. And whereas this championship reflects the dedication, perseverance, and sportsmanship of Bandits players, coaches, and staff, whose commitment to excellence has inspired young athletes and strengthened community spirit throughout Tarboro and Edgecombe County. And whereas under the leadership of head coach Chris Day, the Bandits demonstrated exceptional teamwork, discipline, and resilience throughout the season, culminating in a championship performance that exemplifies the highest standards of amateur baseball. And whereas owners Wayne and Susan Turnage have faithfully invested their time, likewise played a significant role in the club's successes. support its own service, exemplifying family commitment and community-minded stewardship. And whereas the Tarboro River Bandits Championship season has generated positive economic impact and social impacts for our community by drawing fans, volunteers, sponsors, and visitors to our town, showcasing Tarboro as a welcoming and vibrant place to live, work, and play. And whereas the town of Tarboro recognizes outstanding ambassadors of our now, therefore, I, Tate Mayo, Mayor of the town of Tarboro, do hereby recognize and commend the exemplary performance and championship title in the Old North State League during the summer of 2025. And I extend heartfelt gratitude to head coach Chris Day, to Wayne, Susan, Allison, and Jason Turnage for their leadership and service to our community. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Tarboro to be affixed this 18th day of August, 2025.
I'll let y'all hold it, I'll just keep it back. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you, everyone.
Those of y'all that are here for proclamations, if you'd like to leave now, you're welcome to. If you'd like to stick around, we welcome you to that as well. With that, we'll begin requests and petitions of citizens. Please be mindful that we do have 3 matters scheduled for public hearing. Update the UDO text amendment, the proposed road name change for Anaconda Road, and the evidentiary hearing with Energy Solutions, Storage Solutions. If you have any comments for those public hearings, those will come after our requests and petitions. And in addressing council, please be mindful that you need to state your name, your address, and be mindful of a 5-minute time limit.
I'm only going to take 1 minute.
Okay.
My name is Lucinda Crowell, and I'm Robertson School Road, Tarboro, North Carolina. I am putting on the Hispanic Heritage Festival this year. It's the 3rd annual festival. And every year, I never have to do this. Tina Parker took care of it for me, so I'm here tonight because she's not here. So I would like to ask for continued support from the town, as we did the year before and the year before that. I also would like to ask for support so I don't have to come back every year to do this. And as long as I put it on, you guys will support it. So I think, I'm not really sure how it works, if the town did it or if it was Park and Rec. I do have an application application for the Park and Rec that I'm going to turn in on Thursday. I will put an application in a special event for this year as well for the town. But I think the town normally did the stage, the bleachers maybe, I'm not really sure. But I put all of that into the Park and Rec application as well, in case it was on their end. And I brought some save the dates for you guys to look at. There are 2 in Spanish and a few in English.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so this year, because the Catholic Church is putting one on in the early parts of September, I pushed it off to October 4th, because it is still celebrated from September 15th to October 15th. So I made sure that the town wasn't doing anything for Oktoberfest that Saturday, and they said they were not. So that's the reason we chose the October 15th. That's it.
Logistics?
Just as a co-sponsor.
Okay, I make a motion that we co-sponsor the
Heritage Festival.
Heritage Festival.
Second. Second.
All right, I'm going to give the motion to Councilman Woodard and the second to Councilman Taylor. Is there further discussion for co-sponsoring the Hispanic Heritage Month event on October the 4th and in-kind sponsorship? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Ms.
Y'all
Summer.
have a good night.
See you next year.
Is there anyone else that wishes?
Lee. My name is Johnny Williams. I had this at 121 Middle Lane, Princeton, North Carolina. We was through tonight to ask a social manager and my parents just deceased live at 18 East St. James Street. We got flooded in 99. The corner lot. We asked them the town would consider purchasing that lot, 18 St. James Street. Don't know the lot, number I understand that the town owned all the lots from Oakland Street. St. James, from St. James Street, to Wagner Street. At the town would consider purchasing that lot. Also, I'd like to bring greetings from Princeton, North Carolina. Let you know that we're still doing the back school drive. That anyone that is interested in donating to the kids for back school in Princeton, North Carolina, welcome to come to the town of Princeton and drop up their donation. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Sir.
My name is Sherry Williams. I live at 908 North Main Street in Tarboro. And I just wanted to know what the status is of getting new signs for some of the streets that don't have signs or that you can't read. And I was under the impression that that was something they were working on.
We are working on that. We got our sign machine, new sign machine in place, got some training on it and hopefully.
Because you're trying to emboss it so make it look.
We're not gonna be able to hit the balls and we're gonna be able to mimic the
Okay.
sign.
All right. Okay. Because some of the signs you can't read. No. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Williams.
Evening, Council. Bryce Knight, 1112 Edmondson Avenue, Tarboro, North Carolina. Just a couple of quick inquiries. Just recently, my 92-year-old mother received a grass length ordinance, and at her age and her sight, she wasn't able to pretty much discern what it was, but
it frightened her because she thought that she had gotten a bill or was going to get a bill for $275 because of the length of the grass. And I'm sure that everyone here knows that for the past maybe 3, possibly 4 weeks, it has rained virtually every day. And fortunately, I'm there to try and mitigate the growth of the grass, but with it raining, you can't really get out there and cut the grass. What I'm inquiring about, is there any kind of, I guess, mitigating circumstances to that code that takes in consideration of that, the age of the people who perhaps live in the community and the grass growth? And if so, can that be entered into the assessment process of it? And also I called to find out about, what might could be done with the assessor, and he informed me that he is the only one for the entire town of Tarboro. So by the time he checks one side of Tarboro and gets back to the other side, it's possibly that the grass will be grown up again, and then there could be that $275 fine or bill coming. So one, is there any mitigating circumstances to the code? 2, is there anything that can be done to, help the young man who is the assessor out if he's the only person in the town that actually does that?
So a couple of things, I guess. First, if you received a notice, you're given 10 days to come into compliance.
Understood.
After you receive the notice, you're not assessed anything unless we actually go mitigate it. So if we go after that 10 days and it's still tall, and we cut it, then you're assessed the cost and penalty for that. I'll just suggest anybody, if you get a letter like that, call the number on there, which is our code enforcement officer, and he can work with you. If there's extenuating circumstances.
I did that exactly, and the young man that I guess is the coordinator or assessor told me that there was nothing he could do. It was out of his hand. If it was at a length, there was no discussion. It would have to be cut and subsequently charged to the homeowner. I understood that, but it's just that my mother didn't. And perhaps there are other elderly people in the neighborhood who might have gotten that same letter that might not understand it too. And that's why I was asking about possibly mitigating circumstances to kind of adjust that.
They would just have to talk to them on case by case. When we send them out, we don't know the age or anything. We just know it's a violation.
And is there any consideration for adding other personnel to that position?
Not at this time, no, sir.
I would say also that you can call your council person to be involved with an issue like that as well.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Is there anyone else this evening that would like to petition or speak to the council? Hearing none, we will move on to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first matter scheduled for public hearing is the UDO text amendment 25-01. A public hearing will be held to consider the following modifications to the Unified Development Ordinance as recommended by staff, including non-residential setbacks, the permitted use table, and the standards related to the same. The Unified Development Ordinance is a living document which should be updated and modified to keep current with planning trends, state legislature, and recommendations. It is recommended that council adopt a resolution approving the ordinance. This public hearing will be held to consider changes to the Unified Development Ordinance as recommended by town staff to include non-residential setbacks, the permitted use table, and the standards relating to the same. The Unified Development Ordinance is a living document which should be updated and modified to keep current with planning trends and state legislature and recommendations. Notice of this public hearing has appeared in the local newspaper. I declare this public hearing open. I would like to call Ms. Catherine Grimm to give us some background information on the UDO text amendment.
Good evening. Y'all have seen me more than a few times over the last few years with this unified development ordinance, and it will continue to do so as long as the legislature changes things, planning trends change, and we notice things in our own area that may need to be updated. The first thing I'll draw your attention to is the table of non-residential development standards. That is essentially the setbacks. It's mainly what we're looking at, how far a building can be placed from the edge of the lot. To be quite honest with you, the table that was done in the 2020 update is certainly not great. There's a little bit of confusion as far as exterior setbacks, and some of those didn't really take into consideration a lot of our existing infill lots. The distances were a little too far to be able to use some of our infill lots and not work within those setbacks. Because of the way the UDO and intent of the zoning ordinances in North Carolina are, those setbacks aren't something that are flexible unless it's outlined somewhere else in the ordinance. So it's better to have some flexibility in that table to work with instead of trying to come back and ask for a variance or ask for a text amendment to handle that later. So that table is cleaning up some things and making it more constant with current trends and what our layout looks like in Tarboro itself. The next thing we're looking at specifically is the permitted use table. I'll run through some of the overall changes. The ones that have been outlined in red, some of those clarifications. There have been some changes over the years in definitions of manufactured homes. I wanted to ensure that we allowed modulars in the same areas that we allow stick-built housing. That's something that was changed in the building code level years ago. We're trying to be consistent with that same definition and language with our home ordinance. There is a change in the GR10 and ONI for multifamily to be permitted with standards. And then there are some standards that are outlined further in the ordinance, and I'll get to that, the supplementary standards. Those standards are things that we had talked about previously in council specific to those uses. I'll highlight again that in the table itself, the little definitions at the top, P is for permitted, PS is permitted with standards. Those standards are outlined within this document and are reviewed by staff to ensure they're complied with. And then SUP is special use permit, which comes before council. We have added a few of those in there, such as tiny home development. That's something that staff has been asked over the years. There are a couple of lots where it makes sense to have two smaller homes on, perhaps, instead of a larger home and a smaller accessory dwelling. Perhaps a development that has shared driveways and a couple of those. There are some standards that we listed in that ordinance, but that way if somebody wanted to have a couple of those on one lot in the area where it made sense and there was enough spacing to do so, it just wasn't addressed anywhere else in our ordinance. We did change halfway houses to be a special use permit in some of those areas where it previously hadn't been. And there are some changes to emergency shelter definitions. There were some changes done in the 2021 update and some subsequent amendments. Part of the issue we've dealt with Unicode over the years is some of those amendments have not made it into the full document of the permitted use table, and then those supplementary use standards that go along. So the entirety of the pages you can see before you, the majority of that is included because I had to go back and manually type the entirety of the document to make sure it included every single amendment since 2020 of that document itself. Some of those definitions that we had previously adopted to match state building code and other common language had not been incorporated into the permitted use table. So I want to make sure those were included. We did add funeral homes into light and heavy industrial. That's one of those things over the years that we just noticed had been a request and asked. And then changing a couple of things like bin and overstock to be allowed in heavy industrial, general commercial, some of those things permitted. We did clarify that indoor amusement and theaters are allowed in some of the other commercial districts. Those have previously been excluded. And then some outdoor recreation facility. That's under civic. If you go down to outdoor recreation facility, that's things such as parks. So it could be something small, like just a neighborhood corner, or it could be something like a racetrack or not cars necessarily, but something local to the community. That had been included in the residential areas, so I did want to make sure that was included. Should a park need to be somewhere like that. Other changes that are notable light industry and heavy industry. We do allow vehicle renting, leasing, and sales. We do have some of our light and heavy industrial that is in areas that are conducive to that, so that was something we added back in there. And then a couple other things permitted with standards now are outdoor kennels. So those are just some of the highlights on that permitted use table. In the actual text itself, we added a section for accessory uses. They are defined in our video, but not incredibly clearly, so I went back and pulled some language that was previously in the ordinance for accessory uses. That classifies kind of a secondary use. So for example, if you have a primary use on a lot, you may have a secondary use that's, for example, you might have a pottery studio as a main thing, but then you also have a dance studio that meets. Some of the times those accessory uses are the same exact zoning, sometimes they fall in the same category, sometimes they're different. But that accessory use definition allows the staff to be able to make sure that those are clarified, depending on what's the main use of that. The other thing I wanted to make sure, there are some sections in supplementary use standards where we added those from what may have been supplementary use standard to just permitted with standards for staff. If there aren't any specific ones, I did want to make sure there has been added a notation under the permitted use table. The listed uses permitted by right in the corresponding zoning district with supplemental use standards as defined in Chapter 3 of this ordinance. If no specific standards are included in Chapter 3, the use is subject to the site plan and or staff reviewed applications as necessary to determine ordinance compliance. So that just makes sure that anything that doesn't necessarily have a separate site review or separate staff review would then ensure that whether there's, maybe it looks like there's something parking that needs to be complied with, or maybe a signage issue, that has another level of staff review, just to make sure that there might not be a separate list of standards for that use. All the other standards that are unified development ordinance, such as parking regulations and so forth, will be reviewed at the staff level. In the special use permit section itself, some of the major changes would be under multifamily dwellings. We have added in there commercial site plan related documentation. Stormwater pond must be enclosed by a fence of 8 feet. 20 units or more would require on-site management. And then in the GR10 and O&I districts, setbacks will be 30 feet on the sides. Buffers type A, which is currently already in the ordinance, but we're retaining that. And then an 8-foot fence around the bounds of the project. So those are some things that we had previously in the ordinance prior to 2020, and then council has talked about at length. We want to make sure those are included in those standards. Again, some other things like under 3.2.5, tiny home development, 3.4.3 through approximately 3.4.12 are those uses that were added in the previous amendment that weren't defined clearly as permitted use table, the definitions like congregate care, continuing care, retirement, and then some of those other group housing that are further defined in Chapter 17 of those definitions.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
good question. I've heard you mention tiny home.
Councilman, I've got Councilman Brown's, I'm sorry, requests.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Let me ask you, sorry. Thank you.
Sure, it's fine. I say those are some of the main ones I was looking to see, getting my highlighted ones that I can go through. But those are those are really, yeah, what fancy.
Councilman Brown.
Can you define the difference between Class A manufacturing homes, Class B, and Class C?
Sure. Let me see if I have them in the back of this document. If I don't, we can pull the. Brandon, Ryan, can you define it off the top of your head?
Class B is anything built after June 15th, 1976. Class A is prior. And with the hood.
Modular built and state building code standards. So you have to treat those the same as if you stick to that.
Yeah, so, and I'll just make sure, I'll do that through. So Class A, is typically modular, so it's similar to stick built and how it's, we regulate it, and how it's allowed. Sometimes HOAs and other things can not allow modular, but not at the town level. Class B is manufactured homes. They'll have some type of, usually a HUD number associated with it, and then anything before 1976 is Class C, and those can be disallowed in the code standards.
Class A is one of the code chassis.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Civil and.
Well, it's
Look,
not a
it
chassis, but
can
it
be
can
all
be
more
all
often.
right.
The standards that is built toward the same.
Yeah, it can be on frame,
It can be.
but not necessarily a drivable chassis like you would think of. It's not one that could be permitted as in personal property compared to housing.
Councilman Taylor?
Is that?
You mentioned tiny homes. Where are we allowing, or would we allow tiny homes to be built within the Town of Tarboro?
Sure. So that's a dual-edged question. I say because I want to clarify, in the permitted use table, we do have them permitted with standards for tiny home development in rural district and GR10. Rural district is our more rural areas, more open space. GR10 is our higher density areas. The tiny home development is meant to be if there's more than one tiny home. Within the Town of Tarboro, it goes back to what building code is. So sometimes tiny home can be a misnomer. There are requirements for building code on certain size of ceiling height, how many square feet you have to have per, I think it's kitchen and bathroom. But we can't actually regulate the size of a house within it. So tiny homes can be misleading depending on definition.
Well, specifically what I'm asking, established neighborhoods,
Yes.
like State Forest, Austin County, Brentwood. We're not saying that tiny homes could be put on lots within those established neighborhoods.
As it stands now, the town legally can't prevent someone from building a small home. So if you're asking if someone can place something that's brought in as a tiny home and built on a chassis and put there, that really just depends on whether it's building code or not. It would have to be on a permanent foundation. If it was
I'm talking about tiny homes. I'm talking
Right.
about like at the mill in Rocky Mountain. Those tiny homes that they have in the back in the middle there, that people come in and stay for a week.
Right.
I understand a smaller home.
Right.
Everybody's not going to build a 2,500 to 5,000 square foot house.
Sure.
But I'm wondering how do we protect homeowners in a situation where they've got that size house and somebody comes on a vacant lot and builds two tiny houses. I hope we're not doing that.
So the only place where that would be allowed is in existing GR10 or rural district. So GR10 are some of our more dense areas within town. It would if they were putting more than one, but it would have to meet all the other setbacks and regulations.
None of
Okay.
those subdivisions that you mentioned are GR. They're all
At
GR.
GR3.
Okay.
That's considered single family.
Yes, sir.
Anything further here, Councilman Taylor?
No, sir.
Councilman Anderson?
Yeah, I have a question about the outdoor recreation, I guess.
Sure.
The standards that you mentioned, make about recreational vehicle hookup stations, including potable water, red water, forgive me because it's really hard to bounce back and forth.
Sure. Well, I have it printed out, so I'm old enough that I still need my paper copies.
That's going to be permitted with standards going forward everywhere, I guess.
So, So, yes, if permitted by staff, that would be, you would have to go through, a site plan hookup. Most outdoor recreation facilities, and I'll read it for the definition of that. Right. Sure, so let me read for, so currently the definition of recreation facility, outdoor recreation facility, parks and other open space used for active or passive recreation, such as ball fields, batting cages, skateboard parks, playgrounds, greenway trails, driving ranges, tennis courts, riding stables, campgrounds, golf courses, and the customary accessory uses, including but not limited to maintenance sheds, clubhouses with or without food service, pools, restrooms, and picnic shelters. The definition is inclusive of both nonprofit and for-profit operations. I can understand the hesitation there. I think if council has a concern about RVs being placed in that, that could be added. RV use could be added as a separate permitted use, and maybe only allowed in specific zoning areas. That way, it's outside of outdoor recreation.
I think our current interpretation of RV parks, they would have to be in like mobile home parks. Okay, so you can't like a KMA, right, that would have to be in mobile parks there. But we would clarify if we have
There is, I was going to say, there is a definition for and of course now I have a definition written for class A, B, and C. So if you need me to read the paragraphs, I'll be glad to. I've spoken too far. Campgrounds is one of the ones that we had talked about previously on the staff level for some of the RD areas, perhaps along the river. So for something like that, that would be maybe appropriate, like a KOA. It wouldn't necessarily need to be. We only have 2 areas that are zoned for mobile home parks, which are the existing 2 mobile home parks. So currently there's nowhere to do any type of RV park outside of the, if you did it as a campground under outdoor recreation. So that could be an additional permitted use that we specifically add to the ordinance in the rural district. That would be my recommendation.
Sounds good to me.
Sure.
Councilman Anderson? Councilwoman Bobby?
I thought I declined it. But let me ask you, give me an example of GR10.
So GR10 is for example, the areas of East Tarboro, some of our smaller lots that are there. And also, I'll point. I know you can't read the individual streets, but the areas that are brown on the map here. So there is a little bit around Northgate at the very top. Some of our areas that are basically the areas that were once the mills, the mill village areas, that are the smaller lots. It was just more densely developed at the time. And then also along St. James and the streets that could go off that way. So it's our more dense, smaller lots that are there.
Okay. There used to be shotgun houses in East Tarboro too. Yeah, so they're, cute today, so. Yeah. Okay.
Councilwoman Bobby?
I do. Thank you.
Mr. Draper, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the text amendment? Hearing none. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the text amendment? Seeing none.
Just a question for clarification. If it's the will of the board, y'all would like to put into a motion to add the RVs as specifically wanted to do in the RD, if we add that as a motion to this process.
Second.
All right, Councilman Anderson has made a motion to add RVs and RV.
In a second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Biden. Is there further discussion?
Yes, what exactly? Are we making a motion for all of you? I couldn't hear some of the conversation.
I'll answer it. So currently, the permitted use tables that were recommended for changes included outdoor recreation, adding that to all of the districts to include residential. Right now, if somebody wanted to build a neighborhood and put a park in, it doesn't explicitly say they can do that, even though we require it in our ordinance because it has some type of open recreation area, or somebody wanted to redevelop an open lot, do something. It doesn't currently provide for that. So staff's intention was to allow for open recreation area, park area, baseball field, something like that in a residential area and other districts in town. However, that also kind of lends itself by definition to RV camping, RV parks, and so to differentiate between that, staff's recommendation, and I believe the motion that was made was to make RV park be a separate permitted use and specifically allow that only in rural districts, so that the other parks within town do not allow an RV park, but they could be allowed in the rural district.
All right, so the motion made by Councilman Anderson and seconded by Councilwoman Biden was to have RVs separately listed for rural development use. Is that correct? Is there further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Mr. Henton, would that require us to go back to speaking in favor and speaking against the amended?
Yes, sir, until you close the hearing.
Yes, sir. All right, so we will reopen this. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the text amendment as amended? Seeing and hearing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the text amendment as amended? Seeing and hearing none, I declare this public hearing closed. You have before you a resolution to approve the proposed text amendment and a resolution to deny the proposed text amendment. It would be appropriate at this time for a council member to make a motion to adopt one of these resolutions.
I make a motion to adopt the text in 25-0.
As amended. Councilman Gould is second. Councilman Brown's motion to adopt as amended. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The purpose of this public hearing, and this is the second public hearing, is to gather public input on a proposal to rename Anaconda Road to Ellis Parkway. The proposed change is intended to demonstrate the community's support for Ellis Cable and Systems USA Incorporated and to enhance the efforts to attract additional investment by aligning with other Ellis locations. Notice of this public hearing has appeared in the local newspaper. I declare this public hearing open. I would like to call Mr. Troy Lewis to give us some background information on the proposed road name change.
Sure. In addition to what you just read, Mayor, we've been approached by LS Cable and System USA about a potential new project that could be coming to the addition of LS in Tarboro. Individuals that believe that support the road name change could help to entice that project to come to the Tarboro location as opposed to other locations. So that's why we're going through this process. In addition to those that appear in the paper, also notified every property owner on the street. I do have some feedback from some of that that we can get into the other parts of the ordinance. That's essentially why we got here.
favor of renaming Anaconda Road to Ellis Parkway?
Evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bobby Piner. I'm the Operations Manager at LS Cable. Just to give a little bit of personal information about the proposal. After my enlistment in the Marine Corps, I joined Superior Essex, which was the name of the cable factory prior to LS Cable, back in 2006. So I'm working my 19th year with the company. We went through some tough times there in the mid-2000s, as everyone's got a cell phone now, nobody really gets telephone lines in their home anymore. Our telephone business was on the decline. Our factory was on the verge of closing. We were going to shutter the plant and lose hundreds of jobs. LS Cable purchased Superior Essex in 2008. We revamped our product line. We're making energy cables now, utility business, and our business is booming. And we want to continue growing our jobs for the support of the local community here in Tarboro and continue expanding over the next 10, 20, 30, 50 more years plus. Anaconda Cable was the original cable manufacturer. That road was built for Anaconda Cable back in 1965. So we want to carry on that tradition for LS Cable for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Good evening, Council. Robert Pike, Carolinas Gateway Partnership. We're responsible for economic development in the region. We just want to voice our support for this change in name because of the fact that in projects like this, not only they're wanting to come here, but they're also looking at other sites. In particular, in this site, we're under the impression that it's going to be, we're in competition with Virginia. And these are typical requests for these type of projects, along with other incentives. And that's something that, again, reiterates the fact that LS Cable has been such a wonderful corporate citizen in this community. Will continue to add property tax in addition to jobs. And that's something that is all needed to fund all the activities that is done by the town in addition to the county, for school teachers, law enforcement, etc. So I definitely would encourage to consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Pike. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of renaming Anaconda Road to Ellis Parkway? All right, hearing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak against renaming Anaconda Road to Ellis Parkway? And Mr. Williams,
Of course, when anybody comes forward, they go to, I did hear directly from 5 different property owners on Anaconda Road, and each one was not in favor of change. Some of the concerns that they expressed were, well, of course, the cost and effort of having to change their address going forward, as well as concerns that the facility has changed names a few times over the years since many of them have lived on the site, and their concern, of course, is what happens if it changes again going forward. So I really want to pass those along from the people that I heard from.
Well, I'd like to know, when we hit this thing, I would like to know who those are.
Sure. I can tell you, so I heard from Miss Jean Harrell, that lives on the road, Mr. Ray Whitehurst, who owns a business, Mrs. Bill Marcus on the road, heard from Brent Nash, Williams, lady named Deborah Bailey, who lives on the road, and Lindsay Stroud, who was speaking on behalf of his parents, who live on that road.
all right, is there anyone who wishes to speak against renaming Anaconda Road to Ellis Parkway? Seeing and hearing none, I declare this public hearing closed. It would be appropriate for some member of council to make a motion to approve or deny the renaming of Anaconda Road to Ellis Parkway.
Do we have time to further discuss?
Yes.
I guess my concern, the only one being, I guess, the purpose of this is to show our continued support and commitment for LS Cable, which we're obviously thankful to have doing business here in town. But the address change,
think we can make a motion then have a discussion. That's what I would like to see.
Mr. Hammond?
Unless you definitely want to.
Giving Councilman Anderson the floor. Okay.
Councilman Anderson?
My concern is signage is expensive, business cards are expensive. Reprogramming, any kind of computer programs today to utilize your address it appears an expense on other businesses in town. Is there anything that can be offered as a potential, I guess, is this going to incentivize LS to expand that much? Is this a make or break deal? It's one of those things that other businesses might bear that cost. Probably not huge, but I still see it as a potential to businesses. Is there anybody that can speak to that?
Sure. So we have been in discussion with our CEO, and LS Cable is willing to support bear the burden of some of this cost for businesses on the road. If we could just get an idea of, how much that, cost is for each company. We're currently in discussions for that right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
And I will point out it's appropriate to do that now. Some of the discussions about if they knew that this big investment was coming and these things were absolutely going to happen, then they'd be more supportive of it. So it could be a potential that you may subject to the next phase of the next thing to happen.
We're going to have to change our sign. I'm sure all of our documents.
Councilman Anderson, anything further? Councilman Jordan, I've got Councilman Taylor. What do you think, Councilman? Anything further?
I guess my motion would be to do a contingent, Troy said, on the expansion.
There's a motion on the table, contingent on expansion.
Second.
Councilman Titt is seconded. Motion, Councilman Anderson. Is there further discussion, Councilman Taylor?
Two questions, one for the manager, one for Mr. Hunter. The question I have for the manager is, did the sheriff's department make any ruling or comment in regard to this?
They did. In fact, I think Mr. Pike, you had a discussion with the sheriff on that. Did you share his thoughts?
By no means will I speak for the sheriff, but we did have a discussion and talked about the opportunities. He realizes the opportunity to have the support, whether it's financial or just for the community. But it is a challenge, and I think to your point, to the offer that's being made, that it will help the county as well to be involved. So, it's frustrating, it would be, but yeah, there's trade-offs that we have. The sheriff has been talked to. I did not personally get any major pushback for this. Like I said, I'm not going to speak for the sheriff.
Okay. The question I have for Mr. Piner is very, very simple. I've been with a couple of different corporations in my career that were both bought, and one had actually changed the name of the highway it was on, and then it was bought and no longer exists there. So the question is, would LS Cable be bought today and the name change again?
No, sir. LS Cable is a privately held company. They are currently investing a multi-billion-dollar investment in Chesapeake, Virginia, for a submarine cable facility, and there are multi-million-dollar investment plans for our site here in Tarboro as well.
So the question I have is, could somebody offer enough money to buy LS Cable?
I would have to, I'm not able to respond to that question, but in all the meetings I've been privy to and the discussions with our ownership, LS Cable is not for sale.
I know it's not today. I know it's not today, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time. What I'm saying is privately owned, so the owners of the business could sell it if the right offer was made. They could sell it if the right offer was made.
Sure.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
One thing that probably needs to be clarified, I guess, is the contingency of that offer. Of course, Ellis is already committed to a $20+ million expansion currently at the facility. I think the
the next project is what we're intending to incentivize, which is somewhere around $400 million facility. So I guess it would need to be what triggers that next phase. I mean, is it another $20 million expansion, or is it the $400 million expansion?
What was the first thing we're doing?
The LS is already committed to an expansion, so they're going to expand currently to the tune of about $20 million. Sorry if I get the number wrong. But I think this was to incentivize hopefully that next project, which is in the neighborhood of $400 million.
Councilwoman Jordan?
So, the contingency, would that be, how would that look?
So I guess that's my question for clarification.
Right.
Is it only if we do this next project, or if they come with a $100 million expansion, will that be enough to trigger? That's the question.
So those other businesses,
The ones that reached out to me, yes. So.
Anything further? Councilwoman Madison?
my question is, with the next project.
Councilwoman Jordan, I'm sorry.
We're going free, so. Okay, with the next project we have coming, will you say that if we do not agree with this, you're coming? We need you.
I can't answer that.
You can use it. You cannot answer.
No. Anything further? All right, Councilman Brown.
Mr. Potter, can I ask you to give a little bit of scope over as far as the big project and the employment opportunities that go along with it? If we go.
Sure. So briefly, next year for 2026, we do have a $20 million expansion that's already approved. We'll be adding additional manufacturing lines into the tower at 29 as an expansion. That's going to move our production facility with an increase of about 30%. So it's going to take about that many more jobs. And we're currently roughly around close to 300 total employees there. So we're going to see an employment spike next year just on the initial expansion that's already approved. The large expansion consists of 2 additional factories moving onto a site which would be a new address, 2701, currently Anaconda Road, for some raw material manufacturing for copper rod that would service our facility. That's the raw material that we use to make our energy cable, and they would also supply the copper rod to the Chesapeake, Virginia plant as well. So that's the purpose of that expansion. $400 million is probably a couple of hundred more jobs.
I would like to make a amendment to the motion, and it be for the $400 million addition.
So we'd like to amend Councilman Anderson's motion. Correct. Or maybe for clarification.
I think it's just clarification.
That's
Clarification.
what are we actually saying? Troy, could you raise a question as to what we're talking about? So I'm gonna raise the same question. We're talking about the $400 million project.
I'll clarify my motion. That makes it more clear.
So we're not talking about what they already had in the pipeline. We're talking about this new addition. And of course, I did, when it gets to the other point, I have a little more to say about that.
Okay. Mr. Hill, so for clarity, there is an amendment to the existing motion on the table.
I just clarify.
He restated his motion, and does Mr. Pitt second the motion as restated by Mr.
Okay. Mr. Pitt is the second still in place for the TSI motion. And Councilman Brown still has the floor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman Davis.
One final question. And I'm not sure if this is what Ms. Bynum asked earlier, I couldn't hear that either, but if this is not approved, the name change, does that mean you will not do the expansion?
That's a fair question. If we don't change the name of the road, are y'all gonna take the business somewhere else?
It's a fair question. I can't believe, again, I'm not the decision maker in this question, but I cannot believe the name of the road is going to prohibit a $400 million investment by a company. You know better than I
Do
do.
you live on that kind of road?
I do not.
Well, there are some people that do, that apparently feel that is the case, but I'm all for growth for the town of Tarboro. There's no question of that. And I don't mean to be sound negative to all this that could come to Tarboro, but I will say it is in my ward. The people that are opposed to it are my constituents, and so that's why I have that question. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm gonna ask you now, because
Can
let me talk.
Councilwoman Biden, no, ma'am, Councilman Woodard has.
I am not focused on the subject, you know, it's all rotate this thing.
Yeah.
So,
Councilman Woodard, you have the floor.
well, this was a lead into what my point. Your question was, would they not bring the 400,000 point if we didn't do the name change? Now, let's reverse that. Are we actually saying that we could get $400 million just by changing the name? Okay, that's what I want to say. I wouldn't make that kind of business decision if I was sitting as an investor on it. So, and there's also a possibility that somewhere else they could agree to change the name. You know, Chesapeake could say, okay, we'll change the name to LS. So I think the motion that we have is sufficient. If we do, they would be willing to change the name if we get the 400 million. I think that's the perfect motion. So I'm too.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Woodard. Councilman Pitt, then Councilman Dorr, that's in order.
I was just curious, do you know if the site in Virginia changed their name to LSK? They did.
Oh, okay.
Councilman Pitt, anything? Councilman
Never send on that. And after she speaks up,
No, I'd like to recognize that Dr. McLeod from Edgecombe Community College is sitting in the audience, and I would like to know, do you utilize his manufacturing program to hire staff for your company, or do you do hands-on?
So, in the audience, we have our Director of Human Resources, Van Smith, and Felicia Williams. We work very closely with Dr. McLeod in the college to provide training for us, assist us with hiring. So we have a very close relationship with Edgecombe Community College.
Thank you, that's important to me.
Councilman Woodard, anything further?
No.
All right, Councilman Anderson.
do you know what the timeline is for y'all announcing this project?
I do not have the exact dates of the project.
Ballpark?
So the facility is being built in Chesapeake, the larger site. Is supposed to be online in 2027. So one of these sites we're discussing coming here would be feeding that site with raw materials. So it would need to be online prior to the facility at Chesapeake coming online. So 26, 27 is what we're talking about.
I mentioned that we do approve the name change and we decided in 2027 we might bring it back up for changing anything else. So it does have to be in writing, but we'll just do the name change.
So, Mr. Hampton, there's
I
need.
We got a motion on the floor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the maker of the motion is withdrawing his motion.
You are withdrawing your motion. Can you use that mic, because I can't hear you.
Sorry.
And I'm moving. Thanks. Go ahead,
I'm withdrawing this.
I'm withdrawing the motion. Councilman Brown.
I'll make the motion that we, will adopt a name change to Edgecombe Road to LS Cable if that $400 million plant comes to Edgecombe.
That's the exact motion we just had.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm putting.
I'll second.
And Councilman Jordan Anybody second that motion? All right, is there further discussion?
Well, I'll just say, our partners with Carolina Gateway Partnership and town staff, we're gonna continue to work with Alice to make sure we put the best games forward to get that expansion.
I hate talking back here, but one other note, LS Tractor is a sister company, so it's a regional company for us here in Nash and Edgecombe County, and the total footprint, and they just completed a major expansion last summer over at Whitaker's Park, over by, where Cheesecake Factory operations.
They basically doubled their plant space.
Parent company is LG.
Yeah,
If you go
so-
to LG TV, so that tells you the magnitude.
So that's how I think about it. Mr. Taylor's earlier comment, yes, businesses are bought and sold every day and their names change. We can't predict the future, but we can look at past history. The company was established in the early 1960s by one family. It has not changed hands since. It's also LG Electronics products as well. So it's a very large company.
Thank you, Mr. Piner. So there's a motion on the floor made by Councilman Brown to change the name contingent on the further investment coming. That was seconded by Councilwoman Jordan. Is there further discussion?
Can I call the question?
Yes. All right, all those in favor? Question has been called.
Can I get a second? I second.
Councilman Woodard has seconded the call of the question. All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to calling the question? All right, that forces the vote. Question's been called. All those in favor of renaming Anaconda Road to LS Parkway contingent on further investment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Councilwoman Bynum is opposed. Everyone else is an aye. Council has spoken. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. All right.
Listen, I would like to ask a question. That name change in Virginia, was that done after the investment? You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to say, anyway, like we can, I was trying to do after we get further investment.
I think we can live together.
All right. Thank you. We're now moving on to our third public hearing, which is a special use permit number 25-02. An evidentiary hearing will be held to consider a special use permit submitted by Energy Storage Solutions LLC for the proposed development of a data center and energy storage system. This property is located on the south side of Anaconda Road between McNair Road and Western Boulevard, approximately 52.185 acres within the HI Heavy Industrial Zone District. So to begin, we now open the evidentiary hearing for the Energy Storage Solutions LLC Special Use Permit 25-02. The applicants have requested the proposed development of a data center and energy storage system of approximately 52.185 acres on the south side of Anaconda Road between McNair Road and Western Boulevard. I will now call our attorney to give us an overview of the process of the hearing this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This hearing is a bit different from the previous two. This is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how the board must decide. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning or changes to UDO. The chair of the board will follow procedure during this hearing, beginning with disclosure by counsel, ex parte communications, and explanations of standing and witness testimony. The board's discretion discretion is limited. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the standards set in the regulations and based on the facts presented. After considering the evidence, the decision will be made by council by a simple majority vote of the board. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards, not a personal preference or opinion. Participation is limited in this hearing. This meeting is open to the public and everyone is welcome to watch. Parties with standing have the right to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, the local government, and individuals who can show they will suffer special damages. Other individuals may serve as witnesses when called by the board. General witness testimony is limited to facts, not opinions. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values and projections about impacts of increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinion must be qualified as experts and provide factual evidence upon which they base their expert opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. At this time, we will administer the oath to all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony. Madam Clerk.
If anyone's intending to speak, you must swear.
Any witnesses or anyone that wishes to establish themselves as a party to speak, you need to be sworn in.
And those wishing to speak in opposition, if you don't speak, you're still supposed to be sworn.
Say that again.
Anybody wishing to speak in opposition also.
What does that have to be fact-based? Subject
Much
of
as possible. If you have standing, you can swear in to speak. Which means if you live adjacent to it, you swear.
Obviously, in a frame for everyone to place their hand on the Bible, you would place your left hand this way and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I'm gonna need everyone to write their name down. When you come up and speak this time.
Okay, if y'all can hold on, place those up, we still have to get through the Yeah, I'll just tell them, if you decide you would like to speak at some point, we can swear you in at that time. Place it so that we're not y'all can just put those up. Here, y'all can place any information and place it in front of you. We still have to get through disclosure. Councilman Biden, Councilman Okay. The parties to this case are entitled to an impartial board. A board member may not participate in this hearing if she or he has a fixed opinion about the matter, financial interest in the outcome of the matter, or a close relationship with an affected person. Does any board member have any partiality to disclose and recusal to offer? Hearing none. The parties in this case have rights for any ex parte communication to be disclosed. Ex parte communication is any communication about the case outside of the hearing. That may include site visits as well as conversations with parties, staff, or the general public. Does any board member have any site visits to disclose? Hearing none, does any board member have any conversations or other communications to disclose? Councilman Brown.
Yes, I've talked to the councilman head, talked with town manager Troy, had conversations with Catherine, also about this project. The details are very limited. Just kind of fact checking or checking on any information, certain things.
Councilman Terry?
I received a phone call this morning from one of the residents, explaining to me that she was out of town. She could not be here for the hearing, but she was opposed, and I told her, of course, that our conversation had to be very, very limited because of the hearing that we were having. I do believe she made me aware that she had left a message for Ms. Grimm. I did confirm with Ms. Grimm she had gotten that message, but again, our discussion was no more than her telling me that she was not in favor. And I said, well, I appreciate your call. I'm sorry. Have safe trip. And that the ins and outs of the project itself were reviewed and discussed.
Any other board member had any other conversations or communications to disclose? I will say that I was contacted by a loose relationship of a family friend, somebody from the Atlanta office of ARCO, told him I couldn't discuss the case. I was contacted by the Triangle Business Journal, told him I could not discuss the case. Several communications, cannot discuss the case, aside from saying that it's a special use permit. Okay. Any further ex parte communications? All right. Based on the disclosures we've heard from the board concerning partiality and ex parte communications, does any member of the board or any party to this matter have an objection to a board member's participation in this hearing? All right, hearing none. The planning director, Catherine Grimm, will introduce this hearing. Before you start, please confirm you were sworn at the start of the meeting. Write your name on.
And yes, I was.
Thank you.
And bear with me, I gotta bring the boxes.
What Ms. Grimm's presenting the tape now, the applicant, we can take theirs after their time.
As indicated in the hearing, prior to this meeting, the council provided the same materials provided to the planning board, including the application, the proposal, the site plan, the staff report, section of the Tarboro land use plan, area map, and list of public notices made. Included in these exhibits I've handed you are documents that were included in your agenda, including the previously mentioned items, a letter given to staff by Ms. Jordan, who Mr. Taylor referenced earlier, that was given to staff today. I did speak with her and let her know council will be given a copy of that, as well as an updated site plan that will be presented to you tonight by the applicant. The applicant proposes to develop a data center and energy storage system on a 52-acre parcel located on the south side of Anaconda Road between McNair Road and Western Boulevard. This parcel is zoned heavy industrial. For notice provided, letters were mailed to property owners within 100 feet of the location by first class mail by August 8th, and these addresses are included in your packet. Published notice were placed in the Rocky Mount Telegram on August 8th and August 15th. Signs were also placed on August 8th. As far as applicable standards, there are a few things. This is one of those areas that a special use permit is required for utility. One of the requirements in there is a 100-foot distance from property line to buildings and equipment. I do want to reiterate that this is a special use permit because of the nature of the use. A commercial site plan with a full site plan checklist, and I'll go through some of those things, will be done at a staff level review prior to him being able to do any work. So there's a whole other level of local, state, and likely federal permitting that will have to be obtained before this project can break ground. Some of those things include division of air quality, division of environmental quality, stormwater review, building plans, and building permits, and then I'll go through the commercial site plan as far as some of those checklists. I know that has been some of the questions. Some of those things that will be part of a secondary submittal, should this be approved by council, include all of the natural features, topography, existing man-made features, any existing utilities near the site, and then anything that will be added to it, such as specific utility lines, fire hydrants, buildings, structures, exterior light fixture locations, any legal features as far as property zoning, lines, dimensions, property right-of-ways, and then any proposed changes, which include square footage of development, location and dimensions of buildings, setbacks, side elevations for those buildings, open space, which there isn't any required for this. It's not a park like a residential would be. Curbs, gutters, curb inlets, drainage, stormwater, sidewalks, any type of road dimensions, any outdoor illumination, underground utility lines, water, sewer, and above ground, and any of the things that may be included in addition to that, such as certification from appropriate agencies that proposed utility systems will be able to handle the proposed development, and necessary easements will be provided. Any written evidence that's needed for some of that documentation. Should there be any environmental impacts, that will also be done at a state permitted level. Anything that will be required from NCDOT. So those are things that will all be addressed on a commercial site plan. What council is asked to look at now is specific for this site, and any conditions that may need to be placed on the permit itself. As far as staff analysis, it is properly zoned for heavy industrial. I will refer to the land use plan reference that was included with the staff report to planning board that was included in that document. So as far as the language from the land use plan that Tarboro adopted in 2008, for industrial development, it was to encourage the type of industrial development which is consistent with the town's present diversified manufacturing base, preserve adequate land for future industrial development, continue to promote existing industrial sites with existing infrastructure. Land classified as industrial is intended to represent intensive commercial, warehousing, assembly, and general manufacturing land uses, as well as adjoining vacant land, which would be a logical extension of the existing industrial areas. The primary objectives of the industrial land development classification are to provide adequate land to accommodate existing and anticipated intensive commercial and general manufacturing uses, preserve sites that are best suited for industrial development, and exclude some major retail establishments and residences as uses in any identified industrial areas. So as far as zoning, that's what we were looking at as far as industrial zoning, what's allowed there. As far as capacity, that is something that will be discussed during this presentation, and again, something that will be verified once the details are in place on that site plan itself, and then the site plan checklist will go along with that. As far as compliance, the applicant is in compliance with the land use ordinance for the Unified Development Ordinance. We would ensure there's some blocking as far as the landscaping plan and setbacks on those. Again, those are in compliance, but we'll ensure that once the exact building outlines are determined on that those are in compliance as well. There are some recommended conditions from staff. That's on the second page of the packet I just handed you for conditions that staff recommend to council. Some noise buffering fencing to be placed along the property line. I know noise is one of the concerns of staff, and a decibel level could be discussed. Downlighting is recommended in our Unified Development Ordinance to prevent any issues for adjacent properties. It does address that some. Council could be specific in ensuring that lighting does not go onto the neighboring properties. And we also recommend an emergency operations plan to be submitted along with the commercial site plan so that we can start working on those dependent upon the specifications on buildings themselves. And then also a suggestion that interior layout be subject to changes under staff review as long as the plan remains compliant with the SUP conditions and other ordinance requirements. That's included because as these permits go to the state level, there may be changes at Division of Air Quality, Environmental Review, or stormwater that may necessitate a slight change in that layout. And so as long as they're compliant with the rest of the site plan, staff requests that be reviewed at that level.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Okay. The applicant, Energy Storage Solutions, will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and argument must focus upon the applicable standards. Before you begin, please state for the record your name, address, in relation to the case. So, first speaker, ladies. Before you begin, I've got a few questions. So your name, address, in relation to the case.
My name is Dan Schaefer. I live at 1050 Circle Drive, Robertsonville, North Carolina. I'm the president of Energy Storage Solutions. We're based at 4462 Meadowbrook Road, Rocky Mount.
And before you begin, please confirm that you're sworn at the start of the hearing.
Yes, I was.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. As I stated, my name is Dan Schaefer, and I'm the president of Energy Storage Solutions. We're a development company based in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Currently, we are developing a net zero data center campus in the town of Tarboro, located south of Anacona Road and east of McNair Road on 52 acres already designated heavy industrial use. The project will be built in 8 phases. Each phase will have approximately an all-in cost of $800 million. The total project will be approximately $6.4 billion. We've submitted some spreadsheets with the proposal. Also, as an exhibit, the President has issued an executive order supporting data centers, and particularly the use of alternative energy sources to support the data centers. In this particular case, we're talking about natural gas and potentially a blend of hydrogen. We will support our data center with our own generation. In fact, we will generate more power than what's required to operate the data center, and potentially for community emergencies or any kind of disruption of power services, we could put power back onto the grid to support the local community. There'd be enough power to actually support the entire county, and then some. The project, when completed, will pay the town of Tarboro more than $77 million in property taxes, spread over a 12-year period. There will be additional taxes also paid to the county. We anticipate full employment of the campus to be, when it's completed, 500 well-paid employees. So intention to hire locally. Salary ranges will go from $50,000 to $250,000 annually. We are submitting as part of our documents a study completed by Salute. Salute is a company that operates data centers across the United States. They've done the spreadsheets and the projections on the particular jobs involved that reached the number of 500. 29-page analysis, and it's also a proposal to come in and help us organize, train, and run the data center. They particularly would like to work with the community college, bring in their own staff to help with the local training, and the policy is to hire local as much as possible. We've also had a discussion with the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Cleveland Atkinson, discussing the requirement to have an emergency evacuation corridor through our project in the event of a problem with the railroad tracks or a spillage or something might occur there. And of course, we've agreed to that, and we specifically made corrections on our plan designs to accommodate that. We had further discussions about participation of the Sheriff's Office and the staff in helping us with our security staffs at the various data centers that we'll be developing in the area. And he was receptive to the idea, but we're waiting for feedback from the county attorney on that. We are green energy developers entering into data centers, and we're particularly concerned that we don't pollute the neighborhood. So we are putting into effect a cleanup system called the carbon sponge. And the carbon sponge will not only clean 100% of the pollution, but 130%. And how that is accomplished is that we bring in ambient air from around the facility, and as the air comes through our carbon sponge, it's also cleaned of carbon and pollution. So, in fact, all the properties around our site will have actually cleaner air than the rest of the county. We brought in tonight a dozen expert witnesses and engineers to outline in more detail the operation of the data center and the equipment, to include noise level consultants, local real estate appraisers, professional experts to clarify questions concerning our project. And we want to be completely transparent about everything we're doing, so any questions that are presented to us are more than happy to answer to the best of our ability and our knowledge. Other than that, I think we can proceed to some of the witnesses. I'd like to ask Linda Daltrich, the property owner, to say a few words in support of the project.
Mr. Schaefer, for clarity, I do need to ask our attorney. Would that be appropriate at this time to ask this witness? But would it be appropriate for questions to be asked of current witness before we?
Seems like it's part of this presentation. It's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Does the board have any questions for the witness before we? Councilman Rowe?
Yes. I don't know component. You say on campus, the 500 well-paid employees with salaries. Are you incorporating the contractors and stuff that are going to be there as part of it is employee released actually after construction. This is how many employees that facility that will be there at that facility.
This is after construction, and it's our intent for the construction process to involve as many local contractors as possible, some of which we've reached out to already. So it's 500 employees once we open the full facility.
So how many phases is it? 3 phases?
8 phases.
8 phases. So your first phase will be employed how many?
The salute report there indicates 69 employees within the data center itself. In addition to that, there'll be another dozen or 15 that will be operating the energy generation, the energy cogeneration, the energy storage systems, and also the carbon sponge to clean up our pollution. So that will exceed, if you add 69 and you put another dozen or 15 people onto that, and then you multiply that times 6, because the analysis is for each 50 megawatt AC. So we have actually 8 projects, and 6 of them are each, or 4 of them are each 50 megawatt AC, and 4 of them are 25 megawatt AC. So you have to put 2 of those together to get 50 and 50. So that's 6. So it'll be 6 times 69. That gets us up to 414. And if we add plus or minus 100 for the other functions, we're at 500.
Can I ask you this? Are you just involved in the construction of the project, in the building out of the project, or are you going to be involved in running the facility after?
We will be the developers, and we will have control of the project through CFD. Once we get to CFD, then our investment companies come in, and our position will become 12.5% of the ownership. So we'll be a minority participant in the ownership, but the data centers will bring in and train their own professional staffs, and the operations of the energy generation and energy storage and carbon sponge systems will also be trained, but we won't be participating in anything except the development, and then we'll hand the operation over to quite possibly Salute, who's prepared this proposal to us, and we'll step back at that point.
Is there a representative from Salute here tonight?
No, just their written proposal.
So, did this estimate of employment come from them?
Yes. It's addressed to me that it came from them.
Councilman Brown. Councilman Bibb.
Yes, sir. You said you'd be paying property taxes for 12 years.
Yes.
Does that mean the life expectancy of this building is 12 years?
What the spreadsheet reflects, and I'm not an accountant, I apologize, but I prepared the spreadsheet. What we're looking at is a project that is $6.4 billion in size, and that it will have an accelerated depreciation based on the federal schedule. So the accelerated depreciation is over a period of 7 years. So what we've done is we've taken the projected tax revenues after the abatement each year for 6 years, and the 7th year on the spreadsheet is showing no income at all. But that's not, in fact, how it will work. What happens is, since we're doing 8 phases, once we get it fully permitted, we'll start construction. And it's going to take 12 to 18 months to do every phase. Now, we don't want to do 1 phase and then another phase and another phase. What we want to do is get 1 well underway, then start a 2nd phase. And when those are both well underway, then maybe once we've completed the 1st one, then we'll do the 3rd. So the time frame will spread out anywhere between 3 to 5 years to build the whole project, the whole campus. That means that on our spreadsheets on the tax credits, and not the tax credits, but on the property taxes, we're gonna end up spreading that really over a 12-year period. Now, once we get to the, say, the 12th year or the 7th year of each phase, then the land still has value, the building still has value, and there will be an assessment for property taxes as it exists. In addition to that, the data centers are the peak of technology, and it changes every 12 months. So what that means is that we're going to be replacing our computing powers on a regular basis, a certain percentage systematically, all through phase 1, all through 8 phases. So that what we're actually doing is we're reinvesting more into additional computing power, which is all taxable. So at the end of the 12 years, that's just reflecting accelerated depreciation. But all the new acquisitions and the new upgrades on the data centers will probably go on forever. So we're talking about land leases of 20 years with 4 or 5-year options. So initially, this is a 40-year schedule that we're looking at, and the tax revenues in some years could actually go up depending on how much compute power we have upgrade.
Anything further, Councilman Vitt? Councilman Anderson?
That's my question, is about whether or not they're operating.
Councilman Taylor?
You mentioned the term, or this, I guess, safety feature of carbon sponge. Has that ever been tested? What I mean is, has there been a situation where it actually had to come into play? And was it effective with what it was supposed to do?
I'm not an expert on this, but we do have a carbon sponge spokesman expert present. So he can either address this issue now or later on.
When he speaks to the fire,
We'll get it order.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. All right, Councilman Taylor, we've got Councilman Brown and then Councilman Wood. Okay. Councilman Wood.
Yes, I didn't quite understand your answer. He asked, does that mean that project is over in 12 years or that's what I really asked. Can you help me?
Yeah, I asked if what would happen after 12 years, since he said that it would be paid just 12 years worth of property taxes, but he said it could go on indefinitely, if I understood correctly.
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Yes. I may not have properly expressed it, but I meant.
Okay, so how does it go on indefinitely then? Since whatever you're talking about phases and things being destroyed and then.
Well, the phases will go on for 12 years. However, the project will go on for 40 years. Now, unlike a lot of businesses that you do your capital investments up front, and that's it. In data centers, we have to, on an ongoing replacement of new technology year after year after year. So in order to remain competitive and to utilize the system to its most efficient levels, we'll have to replace millions and millions of dollars worth of computing components throughout the system. That'll happen on a yearly basis. As they're replaced, all that's taxable. So the taxes that we're going to accumulate, say, in year 3 when we're replacing equipment, in year 4 and year 5, it's not in our spreadsheet. But as it occurs, right now it's a little difficult for us to project what it will be, but in fact, it'll be significant, and the amounts, the cost of the system could more than double, say, within the first 20 years, just on the additional upgrades.
Let me ask another question. Are you saying that the taxes will stop after 2 years?
Only on the projected initial budget. But since we're going to be spending more money buying more equipment and upgrading the equipment, that the tax levels will continue to decrease on all the new components indefinitely. So it could go up 40 years, the whole length of the lease on the property.
I've got another couple of questions. How do you propose to address increasing water use utility costs, which some residents have experienced around these data centers?
Well, first off, I have no understanding or control over what the utility bills are. I don't understand the mechanics of that. But I have expert witnesses here that will address all these other issues more intelligently than I can say.
Councilman Burger. All right, so we've got Councilman Anderson and Councilman Brown.
Does another one of these facilities exist around here?
Well, data centers are being built.
Not data centers, but natural gas fire.
For the power generation? Yes, Duke Energy and North Carolina Co-ops, even North Carolina Co-ops is right now preparing their own systems that will generate power using natural gas. I believe in the last town council meeting I was at, they made reference to a small generating system, I assume, that's operating on natural gas. Pretty locally, as I understood it, would be moved, they had a budget to move it to make it operational. But
And that's on a data center site.
not on data, it's on town.
Is there a natural gas generated data center?
All over the country, but I didn't prepare for that question. I can bring you a list. The issue is this, if you don't mind me saying this. Anywhere we want to build a data center, there's not enough power. It just isn't. So if we wanted to build a number of data centers in Edgecombe County, it's my understanding by talking to the utilities here that there's only a surplus of 200 megawatts AC. So we're going to be using much more than that. As a result, that would be a serious problem for the utility and for the community. So all the data centers are going to have a solution, and our solution is that we can generate power using natural gas. We can generate it cost effectively for much less money than what it would cost us to buy it from the utility. And in some cases, we're generating in excess of what we need. So at some point, we could actually sell power back onto the grid to the various utilities, cost effective, and still on our side make a profit doing it. So these systems are being instituted all over the country right now. It's for data centers, it's for utility companies, it's for large factories, but you know, it's pretty common use.
Anything further, Councilman? Councilman Brown?
I've got two of you already talking about generation of power. One thing I think I was talking to Troy about a little bit, and maybe you have someone in here that can give us a little bit more insight of how you're generating power. Because I guess it's what I understand. I thought it was going to be like a power, natural gas power generator, and I think I found out it's more of a natural gas, I guess, will be heating up steam, and steam actually drive the turbine. Is that correct? Something like that. So it's not a motor that's generating, it's actually steam that's generating the turbine.
I can give you a quick summary. We have several expert witnesses here to give you more detail. What we're doing is we're taking natural gas being supplied by FEMA, and it will power our gas turbines. And the gas turbines will heat up water and other commodities to generate power. Now the heat from the turbines will then be used in cogeneration to produce more power on the heat from the turbines. And then the heat coming out of the data centers will also be fed into our systems as well. So we'll be generating through the turbines, and then we'll also be recovering heat and more energy, up to 60 to 80% of what the turbine generates. And then it'll be fed into the carbon sponge system. All this in each stage reduces the noise levels and removes all the pollution from it. So in simplistic terms, that's what the system is, and then the power that's created will go into an energy storage system. The energy storage system will then power the data center. Now, because we have to have redundancy to support the data center, in other words, they don't want the lights to go out at all, we will over-generate, we'll have the capacity to generate twice as much power as we need. Now, a lot of the turbines won't function. They'll be sitting there for maintenance, or they'll be sitting there just for reserves. And this will lengthen the life of the whole system. But if we need to generate the power for an emergency situation of whatever kind, we'll have the ability to generate more power than Tarboro Electric has, than Edgecombe Martin has, and Rocky Mountain Electric has, all put together. So it's, it's a pretty big system, but we're only going to be operating 50-55% of it at any one time.
So let me get straight. So it's not clean power.
It's clean power.
Clean power.
130%.
Do you have someone in here who can speak on this?
Yes.
The second part, I think I heard you say something along the lines that you're leasing this property for 20 years. Was that correct?
Well, the property owner, Linda Dolce, speaks against, but we create special entity structures, LLCs, for tax purposes. And one of the mechanisms that we're using is that we can't commingle money at all. So that the money that goes into, say, that this phase, this LLC, is separate. So since we have 8 phases, we essentially have 8 land leases. And that keeps our separation on each legal entity separate, rather than doing an umbrella lease on the whole project. So that's kind of how that is.
But you're all leasing the property.
Yes.
Any further questions for the speakers before we move to the next?
If I could ask Linda Dolce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As he said, I'm Linda Doddridge. I have been sworn. I live at 4460 Meadowbrook Road. I'm the manager and the registered agent of the LLC, which has ownership of the 52-acre tract that we've been discussing tonight. My husband and I purchased this property in 2017. 2018, the property was transferred to the present LLC. The zoning for this property has been heavy industrial for many years. Some permitted uses in heavy industrial zoning are junkyards, landfills, and mining, just to name a few. For some time now, I have been in face-to-face discussions and email chains concerning safety, potential noises, and the economic impact of this project on our community and to our community. Therefore, from what I have learned, I am very pleased that our property has been chosen for power generation in connection with data center. I would ask that you listen carefully to each of the individual professional speakers here tonight who can provide you with the technical information concerning this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doddridge. Does the board have any questions for the witness?
Yep.
Councilman Ward, Ms. Doddridge, Councilman Ward. Yes, ma'am.
How long is the lease? I was, he was saying every project was a separate lease. Is that?
I am not prepared to answer those questions. I'm a property owner. I'm not a technical person, so someone else would have to answer those questions.
We'd like to ask our prime contractor to speak, Will Jensen.
All right, Mr. Jensen, before you begin, would you call yourself an expert witness? Yes. Okay. So, for certain technical matters, this board needs opinion testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address. Also, please state the topic that you will discuss and provide professional qualifications and experience that qualify you as an expert in this matter.
My name is Will Jensen.
company.
Arco Design Build,
And the address.
5935 Winter Third Ridge, Atlanta, Georgia.
And please discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience to qualify you as an expert in the matter.
I've been with Arco for 10.5 years. I run the data center division out of Atlanta, and we build large-scale infrastructure and data center projects all around the country, just like this, of this nature. And we've been engaged on this project, talking with Mr. Schaefer and company for many months now. And so, been very involved in helping put together the site plans and general coordination to get us to the point we're at.
Thank you. And you've stated your name and address in relation to the case. It's your turn, Francesca.
I'm here to say, Arco is a large national general contractor that has the capability to perform this project. We are working all across the country, and when we come into towns and do projects, our goal is always to try to find as many local subcontractors and suppliers as possible. This case, we've already been talking with Barnhill Construction, who's a large site work contractor local to the area. Our intent would be to engage with somebody like that, but in addition to that, we're going to look across the whole spectrum for all of the various construction positions and subcontractors that we'd be hiring. We recognize we can't always get everybody local. We try our hardest to do that. In addition to that, from a quantity of positions during construction, with each phase, because some of these phases will be overlapped, I would say 150 or so folks would be employed through our subcontractors and suppliers on site. So that will continue on as we layer more phases on top of each other. It'll be a pretty busy job site. We think, boots on the ground, as Dan mentioned, plus or minus 12 months from when we get going to turning over phases, and that's just working continuously. So that's what I have. Thank you.
All right. Does the board have any questions for the witness? Got Councilman Woodard, Councilman Anderson, and then Councilwoman Jordan. Councilman Woodard. Good.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Will you qualify the witness as an expert decision of council?
Does council have any objection to qualifying Mr. Jensen as an expert witness?
Just have one question.
Yes.
Can you clarify again what you do?
Yes, good question, right? So I'm the Vice President of Division. I oversee all of the operations, all the project managers, the on-site superintendents. So anybody that has a relationship to this project in Arco, I manage.
Project manager will be?
Project manager will be somebody out of our Atlanta office, and so they would work under and alongside myself.
Thank you.
For the record, Mr. Jensen, what are some of your credentials? Do you have licensing or degrees?
So I have a civil engineering degree from Florida State. The way large national general contractors work, the licensing is taken as a whole, and so I happen to have taken the California test, so I hold the license in California for Arco, but that's generally with big contractors. We have designated people that take them for the states that represent the company.
And the board needs to decide whether you are an expert witness. You take a vote?
As long as there's no objection.
Does anybody object to Mr. Jensen being an expert witness?
Expert witness for the type of business that's coming, or expert witness for who want to manage people? Expert witness for what?
He is knowledgeable.
His testimony,
Yes, ma'am.
I know he said he managed people, that.
For all the construction.
District, yes. So we're looking for expert witness for the type of business that's coming here, what they're trying to do, the project they're trying to do, that type of expert witness.
For clarity, he's part of the construction crew. He stated for the record his degree from Florida State University and his in civil engineering and passing the California exam for Arco. So Mr. Jensen will speak on, if there is no objection, will speak on the construction side of the project. Does anyone on the council object?
I have a question.
For him or for me? Okay, I've got Councilman Anderson, Councilman Jordan, and then you and Councilman Anderson, you have the floor.
So just.
Oh, wait, hold on. You need to give your testimony. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm lost. Councilman Anderson, you have the floor.
So just for clarity from earlier, because it sounds like you're more on the construction side, you don't specialize, I guess, in data centers.
Yes.
I'm not curious about how many data centers there are in the United States, or how many natural gas generation turbines there are, how many natural gas generated data centers all put together. Do you know what I mean? Is that
Great question.
is this the first for you all?
So for us, yes, in transparency, right, these are not all that common, but they are growing in popularity and need around the country.
Where, do you know what the closest one of us is, or is there an example of that?
So the most famous one that's actively being built is out in Abilene, Texas. It's for OpenAI, ChatGPT. And so that is an absolutely massive one. And so that's been, under construction for the last year or so. But there's other ones up in West Virginia that are going in, out in the Dakotas, and beyond places that aren't super popular. I can't speak on that.
Anything further, Councilman Anderson? Councilman Taylor?
Have you managed, been a project manager for this type of project, including all the nuts and bolts that we're talking about, how this is going to be constructed, the power system, the whole 9 yards? In other words, have you built or been a project manager for a data center of this nature prior to this project?
So data center, yes, but as I mentioned, doing on-site power generation, no. So what we do is we team up with other groups, some of which are here tonight, they can give their testimony. And so, in areas that we don't necessarily have the experience, we bring in others and work alongside them and help manage it.
Do you have knowledge of personal noise level at this point? That would be another person's.
We have a whole presentation on that, and I think it's best left to him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Anything further, Councilman Taylor? Councilman Jordan?
Well, since the land is gonna be leased.
Okay. Does any party that's been established have any questions for the witness? Would be the time. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Energy Storage Solutions, do you wish to call any other witnesses to speak on your behalf, please?
Yes, Ivan Morgan. We'd like to have our local real estate appraiser speak. Leonard Breedlove.
Breedlove, got something to read to you. For certain technical matters, this board needs opinion testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address.
I'm Leonard Breedlove, Triangulation Appraisals, 1213 Waterloo Drive, Rocky Mount.
Also, please state the topic that you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience to qualify you as an expert in this matter.
I'm going to be talking about potential market value issues. I've been a real estate appraiser in Eastern North Carolina for the last 41 years, certified in Virginia and North Carolina, certified in Virginia the last 30 years.
This board will decide whether this witness is an expert. Does anybody have any objection to Mr. Breedlove being an expert in appraisal?
Usually look for appraisal of residential or commercial or industrial.
I do a combination.
How much of industrial would you say you do?
Well, to be frank, we hadn't done a whole lot of industrial appraisals needed in this area in quite a while. I'd say 75% of my business is residential. 15-20% could be farms, states. So, I've done commercial appraisals, I've done some industrial stuff over the years, but none in the last 4 years.
Does anybody have any objections to determining Mr. Breedlove as an expert witness?
So, are you here to testify on behalf of industrial?
I'm here to talk about the market value of the outside of the residential, how the impact could be.
To the residential.
Right.
Are there any objections?
I don't mind saying that you are an experienced appraiser in residential and maybe commercial, but not maybe industrial.
Is that an objection?
Well, if it's overall for this property, yes. But if it's about residential and stuff, then not.
I believe that it is correct. I believe your testimony is the impact of that property on surrounding property value.
Yes. I'm not here to give you an appraised value.
Okay. Does anybody else on this board take objection to Mr. Breedlove?
I just want to concur with Steve. It's at experience in residential and some commercial, but if he's testifying about the industrial value of the property, then that's what I'm about.
I'm not testifying about value.
Yeah.
All right, and any other objections? Stated your name, address in relation to the case. Please affirm that you were sworn in at the beginning of the hearing.
I was.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Breedlove.
Okay, what you have here is an industrial facility going in to an industrial park. You've got an animal shelter. You've got a detention center already out there. And when you look at the impact on the marketability of the homes around it, there's 3 new homes going up on the narrow road right now. The appraisals that I've done in South Hills for Microsoft, it's really busting at the seams, putting data centers up there. I have not seen any impact on the stuff I've done and the listings in those areas where those data centers are going in. In fact, I've seen some residential growth to accommodate the people coming in to those data centers. Here, at this place here, with where the building is going to be, with the screening and buffering that's going to take place, unless you see it going up, when you ride down the road when it's finished, you probably will not know what's even there. So from my professional opinion, I haven't done real estate appraisals in Edgecombe County and Tarboro. I cannot see that it would be any negative impact on the residential uses around the center. Because if the detention center had an impact and the new animal shelter with the barking dogs is coming up, I don't see how the residential, particularly the developer that's putting those 3 houses up, I don't think he would have started 3 homes if he had any issue with an industrial park. We get this project, we've already got commercial and industrial use out there. So it hasn't seemed to affect the property on the outskirts of it to this point. And if you look at what the permitted uses are out there, this is a permitted use, waste transfer station, heavy equipment, mobile home sale lot, recycling, collection center, and with conditional use permit, it will allow, with a conditional use permit, adult establishments, a racetrack, shooting range, correctional institution, mining, junkyard, and a landfill. So when you look at what's potentially going out there, that is a more viable use to protect the property values around it. then put some of these other uses. It's already permanent.
Councilman Taylor, did you have any further testimony, sir? Councilman Taylor, the floor is yours.
Did you have the opportunity to speak to any of the homeowners that live on McNair Road?
No, sir.
The new construction that you were talking about on McNair Road, that's also being built by the same property owner that owns this property, is that correct?
Correct. But I do know that he does not just throw stuff up without making money.
Yeah, that's a personal opinion, I guess, so appreciate that.
Please keep comments down.
I don't know if that's you can ask the question, but would you buy a home on McNair Road?
If I went
Back in your property, adjoining this property?
If I wanted to live in Tarboro, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Sullivan. Thank you. Councilman Brown?
I would, make that judgment after I listen to the gentleman, the sound expert, as far as transmission of sound and the travel and the decibel, certainly this is, so we hear that conversation.
Councilman Brown, any questions for the witness? Does anyone else on the board have questions for the witness? Does any party have additional questions for the witness, parties that have been established? Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Energy Storage Solutions, do you wish to call any other witnesses to speak on behalf of your case?
Yes, our site work engineer, Eric Reckenbach.
Eric, before you get going, let me read aloud a few things to you. For certain technical matters, this board needs opinion testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address.
Eric Reckenbach, 112 Brook Lane, Mount Holly, North Carolina. Scout and Co. Engineering.
Thank you. And the address?
For Scout and Co.
Yes.
4000 West Chase Boulevard, Suite 450, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you. And please state the topic that you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience that qualify you as an expert in this matter.
I'll be discussing the civil site work piece at a very high level, and I am a professionally licensed engineer in the state of North Carolina and Virginia, and have designed data center projects in the state of North Carolina.
When you say the last statement was,
I've designed other data center projects in the state of North Carolina.
All right. With regard to the witness status as an expert, do any parties withstanding? I apologize. The board will now decide whether this witness is an expert. Does anybody have any objections to Mr. Reichenbach's credentials?
you said, what kind of engineer was that?
Professional civil engineer.
Civil engineer, and your training and license came from?
Training and license came from on the job. Been doing this for 5 years and was licensed for the last year.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections, Councilman Payne?
This data center that's proposed, you said you have done data centers before, designed. Have you designed one that is exactly as this with the natural gas power, the carbon sponge that's been mentioned a couple of times? Have you engineered or worked on a project of this nature before?
Due to non-disclosure agreements, I cannot say the exact nature, but yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm good.
All right, does anybody object to this gentleman's qualifications as an expert witness? Floor is yours.
Okay, so in your...
I'm sorry, I messed up one last time. Please confirm that you were sworn at the start of the hearing.
Yes, yes it was. Thank you. Floor is yours. As has been discussed, you all know the subject property is 52 acres on Anaconda Drive and abuts McNair Road and some residential properties to our west and south. For the general site plan, I believe Mr. Schaefer has provided you a site plan in your pamphlet. It's 8.5 by 11. It has the general site layout that we put together over the last few months in participation with the other partners that Mr. Schaefer has hired. We have gone through a few iterations to get it to this point. We have engaged planning, that's why we're here for the special use permit. Generally, we will design the site to follow all Town of Tarboro, NCDQ, and NCDQ stormwater and erosion control standards that are required and outlined in the ordinances that are given to us in those guidelines. We've designed the site to drain to one common drainage point in the northeast corner, which outfalls to an existing natural drainage path that then goes under McNair Road to the west. The regional detention pond will be designed in the phase 1. I know we've talked about 8 phases here tonight. We will design that in the first phase for construction purposes. That pond will be designed, however, to handle the stormwater for all 8 phases whenever this full property is built out. As far as water usage, we've worked with our plumbing engineer preliminarily to determine that water usage of 1,320 gallons per minute is required with an 8-inch water line, which Town of Tarboro has confirmed is available on Anaconda. Total gallons per day usage is around 2 million right now. That is a preliminary number. Our process team is still working through that. These are self-contained data centers, so they have less water usage than traditional data centers would. That is more of a topic for the data processing team, though. We designed for the infrastructure to supply that water and to allow the water to leave the site safely via the town's sewer system. We also are providing 50-foot undisturbed landscape buffers on the western south property line. The sound wall that we have proposed will sit behind those buffers, so the trees will screen up the sound wall that is approximately 10 feet higher than that, those property lines.
Do you have any further testimony? All right. Does the board have any questions for the witness? We've got Councilman Anderson, Councilwoman Jordan, Councilman Taylor, Councilman Brown, and then Councilman Woodard in that order. My name is Chief. Councilman Anderson.
I assume that gas turbines are probably louder in the data center itself. I'm not sure. That's something I is provided.
I'll defer to the sound engineer. I believe he's coming up after us. No worries.
Any further questions, Councilman? Councilwoman Jordan?
Yes, sir. Since the land has been used for 20 years, what's the lifespan expectancy?
As far as the buildings or the site infrastructure design? As far as the battery power generation things, I'm not privy to those. I'm the site work engineer, so I design the roads, the utilities to all that equipment that they're procuring for the operation of the building. I can state that our site designs are for per North Carolina codes as far as the longevity and the design.
What's that time frame?
So North Carolina mandates a 25-year life expectancy on most site infrastructure. With modern technology, we've seen that start to increase. And with just general upkeep and good upkeep of the infrastructure, you can prolong that life as long as you need.
So will these battery things wear out at some point?
I'm not sure about the batteries. I don't know about the batteries. I just know about the roads and the stormwater and the trees.
So the product is put there to resources have to be repaired or replaced. Where is that come from, and where it breaks down, where would it be disposed?
anything for the Councilman Jordan? Where are you getting that out, Councilman Brown?
I gave you mentioned Harlan and the, I guess, anticipation of the talk on.
The burn? It'll depend on, so the sound engineers kind of work through how we can utilize the burn to help with some of that noise reduction on against the property line. Typically, we see a berm of, common berm height is 6 feet tall, especially out in the eastern part of North Carolina. That will have plantings per Town of Tarboro's UDO installed in there.
Did y'all say that the actual fencing or wall will be on the outside or inside?
No, sir, it would be 50-foot buffer from the property line, and then the wall will be on the property side of that buffer. So you got 50 feet from the property line, then our sound wall will commence.
So you got buffer on the inside and the wall will be more towards the property line.
Vice versa, so the wall will be closer to our property, and the vegetation, undisturbed vegetation will be closer to the neighboring properties.
So the reason why the wall is not on the top of the line?
Provides visual screening, allows for just more visual screening. That's probably more sound engineer question as well, as to distance from our buildings.
So nothing further, no further questions, Councilman Brown? All right, Councilman Wood?
How effective is the sound barrier?
I cannot answer for the sound barrier question. The sound engineer that will present will better be able to tell you exactly how effective that barrier is going to be.
So a little bit frustrated, I want to complain, but every time we ask a question, somebody else got to answer it. And that's what's so what questions can you answer? What about, you said something about water?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the water system again.
So the water system will connect into, we will have a water main that connects into the Town of Tarboro's public water main out on Anaconda Road. We'll then run that system through our site to supply our water generation, our water needs to the buildings. There we've had some preliminary discussions on a private lift station to get that wastewater back out onto Anaconda Road to the Town of Tarboro sewer main that runs in Anaconda.
Yeah, I know, some places have seen a higher use of water, increase, what kind of mitigation would you have for that? What kind of compensation is the increase in water use? Or how do you all handle it? Well, what effect does it have on towns and cities where you are located?
As far as the water usage?
Yeah.
Typically that's a utilities department question / concern. We, as I stated, we generally coordinate with the local jurisdictions, utility providers to see if capacity is there for our sites. We then design our sites independently to run off of those public utilities that are available and make sure that our sites are compliant with town codes and state codes as far as fire prevention and usage.
So I'd like to make a request, can we hear from somebody that can answer those questions about the sound?
By popular demand, we would like to have our acoustics engineer speak
Can we
next.
go ahead and hear from that person? I think we got several questions about it. Is that okay?
Councilman Woodard, along those lines, to answer your question, I guess, currently we have in excess of 3 million gallons per day capacity.
Okay.
So this week we can serve 2 million gallons per day.
So it'll be fine. Okay, thanks.
That's how I get it. We have our water treatment plant to treat approximately 6 million gallons per day. We currently produce around 3 million gallons a day, a little less most of the time, but peak times we pick out.
So we're gonna be okay?
Yeah, currently we would be okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Brown.
You may not be able to answer this question, but this is the site plan here.
Yes, sir.
This is pretty accurate.
In its general condition, yes, sir.
I know they say it's 500 people when they're walking there, but I only see it in between about 20 parking places. Where the rest of the people are.
Some of those areas have been blocked out for just, we wanted to keep it as ambiguous as possible to be able to manipulate the site plan based off of stormwater regulations and such that Ms. Grimm mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. In case we gotta move some pieces around, we wanted to make sure we didn't specify where exactly parking was gonna go. We will make sure that we meet the town's ordinance as far as the parking requirements go.
Any further questions for the witness? Does anyone else on the board have any further questions for the witness? All right, does any party have any additional questions for the witness? Thank you. All right, Energy Storage Solutions, do you wish to call any other witnesses to speak on behalf of your case?
Yes, we'd like to call Steve Manning, our consulting engineer for acoustic engineering.
All right, Mr. Manning, before we get going, let me ask you a few questions. Try to do it short. For certain technical matters, this board needs opinion testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address.
My name is Stephen Manning. I work for Cambridge Collaborative. I'm an acoustical engineer. Cambridge Collaborative is an acoustical expert since 1971. We do vibroacoustic analysis of noise, vibration.
Mr. Manning, your name, company, and address, and what's the address?
Sorry, 162 Babcock Street, Fairplay, Massachusetts.
Thank you. Also, please state the topic that you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience that qualify you as an expert in this matter.
Start with, I'm an acoustician, so I'm going to be talking about all the things you want to hear about noise and decibels. I've been an acoustician that started out of the Navy. I was 10 years, I was a submarine hunter. And so I had various classes in education, starting with Naval Underwater Warfare Center, and many other qualifications throughout those 10 years. And after that, I was hired by Cambridge Collaborative in the year 2000, so I've been doing acoustical engineering for them for 25 years.
Regarding the witness status as an expert, or any parties who standing have any questions of those. Now this board will decide whether you are an expert witness. Does anybody have any objections? Hearing none. All right, and please confirm that you were sworn at the start of the hearing.
I was.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Manning.
Super. As I said, my name is Stephen Manning. I do have on my back all of you, so please forgive me, and I will try and incorporate you with all of my presentations here. The Cambridge Collaborative, it's been around since 1971. We have done all sorts of projects well in line with creating a noise map or evaluating what the noise is going to do to the environment and to the people that live there. Probably our biggest project was in Los Angeles, where when they were going to expand the runway, we actually developed the entire noise map of the local communities around LAX and had a lot of meetings telling them what the noise impact would be on that. So myself, I've probably done 4 of these sites. I've done different varieties. I did not do that big LAX, that was before my time. But this is a nice project in that it's piggybacking on something that I just completed in July. It was very similar to this in the fact that it was an industrial site. It was a fertilizer plant, but it had many of the same problems that we have here: cooling fans, turbines, pumps, that sort of noise. So it's quite similar with the project in the industrial sector. All right, I think with all of my acronyms that I'm going to use, I got to put just a little bit of what they mean to you. Okay, I promise there's not going to be any math involved, and I'm going to keep it as simple as I possibly can. And the first thing is to talk about what is sound, how does it travel, really basic. Okay, sound are energy waves coming from a source, moves through the environment around it, and those waves hit our ears and our eardrums. And the waves of the energy will vibrate the eardrum, and we hear it. Okay, so that's the basics. Now, we as people have to quantify, we have to give a unit of measurement to what does that mean? The loudness of that noise, what does it mean? And what we've come up with is a term called decibels, or dB. dBs are related on Pascal and a whole bunch of other things. The only thing that you really have to know is that we're going to be talking about dB levels all the time here. And dB level is a logarithmic scale. Okay? So if you have 100 dB pump right here, and you put right beside it another 100 dB pump, it's going to be, the total of those together is going to be 103. Logarithmic scale. So as we're moving along and we're adding all of these different sound energies together, remember that it's on a logarithmic scale, so we can say, hey, there's 124 plus 50. It doesn't equal, 174. Then after that, we're going to talk a lot about sound pressure, sound power. They are different, but they are quite same. And they're not exactly equal, okay? I'll start with what sound power is. Sound power is the ability for a sound source, the amount of power it has to push that noise out, okay? And when we talk about sound power, it's important on a unit basis. When I'm talking about a fan, and I want to predict what the noise is to somebody in the back of the room, I have to know what the sound power of that is going to be. Because that is how I determine what the sound pressure, what you're going to hear out there. Where we talk about sound power will always be, it'll sound louder than it is, because it's just a little bit of a different piece. Sound pressure is what you all are interested in, a lot of you are interested in. What am I going to hear outside? How does it affect me? I don't care how much power that does. I want to know, what does it do to me? So when we're talking about the levels and we're talking about the distances, we're talking sound pressure. And sound pressure varies on where we're sitting. So the people on the way back probably can't hear me as well as the people in front of me. And that's just based on the distance and how sound goes through. So we talked about those two things. The other thing we're going to say is, what's a decibel? Okay, so I know the difference between 100 dB versus 40 dB. But to you, you might not have an idea when I'm talking at the different levels. So I have a few of them right here. 100 feet away from a passing train, it's going to be 90. A chainsaw, if you're using a chainsaw, is 110 dB. A jet engine is 130. What are you hearing right now? Probably around 65 to 70. At least you are. I don't know about you guys in the back. So those are just some ideas. I do have a nice presentation over here. I wish it was bigger. I have a nice little screenshot, but this will have to do, and I will bring it around, and it does have some other examples of what the different decibel levels are. All right, just in case I finally lost you, there's one last thing I got to say. What's the difference between dB and dBA? You're going to hear me go back and forth. dBA is just a filter that you put on the dB. And all we're doing with that is we're getting rid of the frequencies we can't hear. So usually, for us as humans, we want to worry about the dBA, because that's what we hear. But maybe if you're designing a product and you're worried about the vibrations of things, you might need to know the whole spectrum, including the dB. And it still does, dBA still does include those, but it's filtered in a different way, it's weighted in a different way. So sometimes you'll hear me present things in dBA. And finally, when I'm talking about levels, sound pressure levels, I'm talking about overall sound pressure levels. I'm talking about every noise source, every reverberation, all combined into one figure. Because that's what is the easiest to present and the easiest to wrap your head around. Okay, so what was my goal and how did I go about it? I was brought on as an acoustical expert to do a noise map of the site. And what they wanted to know is they had a figure, and they wanted to make sure that the industrial site they were doing met a certain goal. And they told me what that goal was. So for me, that's all I had to do, okay? They wanted to have 60 dBA at the fence line of the property. So my job was I needed to map all that noise out. So how do you do it? It's really straightforward. There's an ISO standard, 9613-2, engineering method for the prediction of sound pressure levels outdoors. Big, thick manual, tells me everything I have to do, all the formulas, all the stuff I have to do in, what my levels of error are going to be, takes into account for atmospherics, different absorptions, tells me how to do everything. Now the good news is, I don't have to do it back in the olden days where we would have to hand calculate every single one of those things. We have some real powerful software out there these days. The one that I use is called CAD-NA. CAD-NA is the industry standard, pretty much. It's well known in the acoustics for making these noise maps that you're going to see. Now the nice thing about this with the using the software is that instead of me just telling you an individual picture, number, it gives you a nice pretty picture. It takes all of the different sites, every single point in that map. I have it down to, I think it was a 5 foot by 5 foot piece all around. And it maps out what that is, and I assign a color to it so that it's really easy for you to try and visualize what the sound looks like and how it's spreading out amongst the environment. All right, next thing. We're going to talk about the site and how I came here and what our process was. I told you about the ISO standard that we used, the software that I used. How did I do the process of actually logging it? And the first thing I got to say is that this was really nice that they got me involved, or you all got me involved in when you did. It's before anything was actually built. I can't tell you how many times I've come up here and the site has already been built, and I have to tell you how you got to fix it. That happens quite a few times, okay? I have so many more pieces and tools and bits of advice that I can use during the design phase. So the fact that they brought me in, they asked me, I'm an independent third contractor, they asked me to do a job, but I'm just telling you the numbers. But the fact that they brought me in early in the design phase, basically right at the beginning, means they're worried about the acoustics. They want to do something about it. And because I was brought in at the beginning, I was able to help them in the design process. As they're going through it, I could tell them, hey, move this building. You move this building, it's going to block this noise. And they listened to me. I said, hey, you got to buy some better noise canceling things for this particular unit. Get onto your vendors and find something better. And they did it. So we were really able to do things in the design phase instead of fixing them after the problem was there. Okay, so we've got, I'm going to bring it out for everyone. Everyone should kind of have an idea of what we're talking about. You all have a map of what it looks like. For you all, I'm going to call it like a boot. Okay, we've got the toe box down here, and we've got the site. The majority of the site is in there. That's north. This is McNair Road, Washburn Lane. This is down here, Anaconda Road, the railroad track. And I'm going to be coming down. You don't use that little bit. Due north is just straight up. We've got McNair Road comes down right along here. Anaconda Road up there. Washburn Lane, I think it's a smaller road right there.
Where's Pine Street?
Pine Street, I believe, is down here.
I'm over here. Yes, sir. Okay.
You're over there.
Oh, sir. And I have a question for you about that in a little bit. Go ahead.
All right. Super. Pictures, just a bit of a general idea. You're also getting a preview of what the noise map looks like. So you can also see that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm good. I put Google Earth on the background. It's hard to make sure that you can see both. So you can somewhat see what the structures are in the All right, so all the different noise. The next step we did is I had to find out what the sound power of all the different units. Remember, I want to know how much each of those different units what makes noise, because I gotta put in the model. So it's pretty easy. We just chunk through with each of the different people that were in charge of the different aspects of the site, and I asked them to list everything. And in some instances, there were up to, I think there was 34 sound pieces to the power pods, is what I'm calling it. That's kind of the turbine fields, and that's even a worse name than power pod, because it's not all about the turbines in that. And we took each one of those units, and I was even worse to them. I said, okay, you gotta tell me the power of these things. And they went out and they went to all the different vendors and they said, hey, it's between this level and this level. Which one do you want me to use? So I started with the absolute worst just to see where we're at. The worst numbers down the board, and all the different noise sources, and I plotted it out into the map. And all you do is you take either a point source, an area source, it all depends on what the ISO standard tells me how I have to do it, depends on the size of things. But I just plug in the software, all of the different noise sources, and the different sound powers. And then it does the sound pressure that you're talking about. So that's kind of the modeling. I went through it pretty quick, but that's how I did it. It's relatively straightforward. Thank goodness I don't have to tell you how I calculated all of it. I can tell you that the software has been doing it for a long time. It does well. It's the industry standard, and it did it all. Now, some of the key site features I do want to talk about, especially the ones that are a little bit higher up. And I'm going to get a little ahead of myself, and then I'm going to talk about how we mitigated the noise sources. There's something called a battery, it's not BESS. It's where they store all the batteries. And the nice thing about this particular piece of the site is it's rather large, it's rather reflective, and it's quiet. So originally they had it in such a way that it was kind of they had a hodgepodge of how they set everything up. They probably had a good reason for how they set it up. And I said, no, I want you to change it all around. I want to take those things and put them all on the background, on the outsides of the site, so that it actually blocks that noise from coming through. It reflects the wall a little bit back, it absorbs it a little bit. Some of the noise does go up and over it, and the software does take care of that. But it did just a natural job where we didn't have to do anything but rearrange the geometry of the different buildings that were on this site. The other thing is there's two-story buildings. We did the same sort of thing. They provide some absorption of that noise, and it also blocks it off a little bit. So I put all the noisy stuff in the middle. We put all the absorbing and reflecting stuff on the outside. And that helps. It helps quite a bit. So that's how we did the modeling. Should we stop with questions now or go through the whole thing? Do you want to do it in stages here?
Is there a question where it fails the noise barrier?
Well, I'll get to the noise barrier. It failed without the noise barrier. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Manning, I think it would be helpful if we go through and we'll proceed to questions. And on a personal note, how long?
Well, I can speed this up if you want.
No. I need to take a short break.
I understand completely.
But I will pass the gavel.
I got you.
Enough time to keep going.
Well, you're not going to ask me questions, so I'm going to say 10 minutes. Mayor, would you like me to continue? Or?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't ask questions. All right, so we talked about the key site features. Now we're going to go on, hey, what did we do about it? We talked about moving all the site things around, and that worked quite well. I'm going to call this noise control features, okay? The best tool we had was this software, okay? It takes me about 10 minutes to run the software to plot out the maps. So when I make a change, I can hit run. In 10 minutes, I know what it did, okay? I've got my own engineering ideas that I think it's going to help, but I certainly can't do those ISO standard calculations on the fly like that, but it can. So we could do endless. I think we had 5 major versions of the model, and it was only to optimize. We got to the levels we wanted fairly early.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Why don't we start with how effective it is, and then tell us relevant information to that.
Okay. Yeah.
That might help. You tell us how effective and how you make it effective and whatever relevant information for that. Is that okay, you all want to hear? Okay, let's do that.
All right, we met our goal, okay? We are, if you look at this noise map, our goal was 60 dBA sound pressure, overall sound pressure level at the property line. I had the green to represent 55 to 60 range that. So everything you see in here is green is good. Okay?
That's beyond the law.
So that's lower than.
That's beyond the law.
That's correct. Everything that's beyond the wall. Hopefully you can see from this, the perimeter wall is actually here. There's a funny little V cut here. I guess there's a cell phone tower in there. So I had to move the sound wall, but basically the property line goes all the way around.
And the green represents what?
Good.
Good.
Meant we met a mark at 60 dBA. Overall sound pressure.
So it's 55 to 60.
That's correct.
Inside the wall was 60, and beyond.
That's correct. Inside, we're getting up to levels around 75 dBA. That's correct. I mean, that we're talking right in with a lot of those reflections.
Good.
I know you said a 10-foot wall. Why is it so short? I mean, it doesn't sound go over the wall, beyond the wall.
It absolutely does. Yeah, so the wall actually isn't all just 10 feet tall. So around the booth, it's actually going to be taller. And how we designed this wall is software, once again, magical software. I was able to select little different points all around the perimeter. And I said, I need this to be 60 dBA. And it actually had a program that took 13 hours, but plugged it in at night, it ran it. It told me what level and what type of wall, with what type of SPL rating. And I can tell you about that a little bit. It told me all I want. It follows the standard, crunches numbers, and says you need this wall to make your goals complete. So that's where we came up with the 10 feet. The 10 feet, believe it, down here, even without the sound wall, we were really close. Look at those levels inside. They're down there at already 50, 55 by using the natural. So, yeah, the other thing that I did was, and I'm not familiar with every single house, but by using Google Earth, I looked at the different buildings that I could get on. And I looked at these things, they're called DBA boxes. And they represent what the actual level is. There could be blue, not blue. There could be.
Right there.
Councilman Brandon, Mr. Brandon, you done with your presentation?
I'm only asking.
Well, basically, we were trying to expedite things by asking questions, and so.
Forgive me. Yes, continue.
I'm sorry, I went out.
No, you're fine.
We're kind of, I was asked to fast forward to the results.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So now I'll explain a little bit about how we got it. So they're real interesting walls. When we
So my question is, if that's for the residential area, and there's just a little green, there's a lot of blue. But then there's a lot of greens, back over here by LSK, and other places. It stands reasonably neat, you can leave a green on the side of the residential area.
We could, if you wanted louder levels. Remember, blue is good. Louder levels.
No, blue, I thought you said green.
Green is good. Blue's even better. Blue's Purple's bad.
Just let them go through and we'll.
We're gonna be on. That's why he's asking questions, and he's asking our questions.
Okay.
Because we gotta make a decision, so we know what we want to know.
Well understood.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay. They have to copy the
You can. The goal was 60. We're talking a 10-foot wall. You could add height to that wall. If you want to tell me you want 55, we change the parameters. We can add a wall. We can add some other features to it. My understanding is that there is no actual dB level that is set in stone in some sort of mandate, state local or anything else like that. And the 60 dBA was come up as a appropriate level. I can tell you why that is probably, why they probably did it, but my job was to just make it be 60 dBA.
Do you know the medical problems of constant sound? I'm sure we do, because we deal with sound.
I know the complaints more than I know the medical, like what actually is happening. And it does depend. All right, we're going to get into two different things, because the constant sound is actually different than the changing sound.
Oh,
Right.
It
does depend on the sound and the amount of frequency. You're absolutely right too. So once again, let's talk about it a little bit. Let's talk about the low frequency sound. That low frequency sound, constant sound in what we can generally hear is well tolerated. Okay? In that frequency, it's a little bit like white noise. If it's constant, we tolerate that as there's lots of studies. We tolerate that far better than if something doesn't change by more than 3 dB, we barely even notice it. And it doesn't bother us that much. You know, if you have a moderate noise source that doesn't change, that's far better than it being quiet and then having these large changes. We're talking mid-frequency noise. Now, the constant low frequency is a thing. Okay? Low frequency noise, we are addressing that. Low frequency noise is going to go through those walls. Okay? But the new technology that is coming out knows that we have to isolate that. They're using these high-tech isolators to stop the noise before it actually is being produced. In transformers, we picked an actual thing. They use a metal. Transformers, they magnetize and demagnetize. That's what makes the low frequency noise. And the expanse and the metal's doing as it's doing that changes based on the metal that you're using. Iron bad, special steel good. And you can select what you need. And actually, the real bad players, you almost can't even buy it. They don't make it. The new stuff is come around quite a bit. That's the low frequency. Now, the high frequency stuff, you mitigate every single piece differently, okay? Because every single different piece has a shape of noise to it, okay? Let's just say I know Caterpillar diesel generators. I built the enclosures for the Caterpillar diesel generators. So I know the frequency ranges that they were worried about. There's because of the turbos for that particular unit. We're not even using it here, but I would use different materials within the enclosure, within the stuff that I'm surrounding this with. This equipment we're looking at, it's not just sitting out in the open. It all has, the vast majority of it, stuck in a box. It's got a sound blanket over it. It's not just some noise-making machine wailing in the air. And each one of those has been specifically designed based on their noise. So I don't have the information. The vendors don't. They're not going to provide how they did it necessarily. They tell me the materials they use. I can look at it and I can make an engineering judgment whether they're actually being right about it or not. But they have taken the noise signature of that noise source and did something to address the different shapes, the different frequencies that were causing the long answer.
Well, that was a good, wildlife animals.
Yes, yeah. Now you're getting into some deep thoughts here on the animals, and maybe there's the wind turbines, and that's a whole PhD and longer discussion than we have right now of what that's going to look like. I'm telling you, on this noise site, it's a fairly standard. You're not going to get some sort of tonal resonance that the bats are going to get. Okay, it's a fairly well-rounded bell curve. Lower and lower frequencies, lower and high frequencies, mid-frequency that's making most of the noise. Also the mid-frequencies that's the easiest to address in using some of our noise control features.
So what sounds may be mid that may be irritating to, say, pets, dogs, cats?
Well, so the super high frequencies that the pets can hear, I have to say in my time frame, I haven't heard too many people complain about the higher frequencies. We're talking about above the frequencies we can't hear, 10,000, 12,000, and on up. And we can't hear those, but, you know, the dogs and bats. I don't even know how the bats hear, I'm sorry, they use their sonar. So they would be in the ultra high, what we would consider the ultra high frequencies. There's nothing that, you know, we were concentrating much more on the low frequencies. That's much more a standard problem in industry. And so that was where we concentrated our efforts. Now, you know, there is no real limit in frequency of what you can predict, so I could, you know, crank this up. But even when we go to the vendors, they rarely provide anything above 8,000 hertz. So any of that stuff that you're talking in the super high frequency, we just don't have the information. I can't put it in my model because it's just not available. The vendors aren't going to, they're not, sorry to say, they're not worried about that frequency, and so they don't get it.
Yeah, I like to mention one of our brothers that's not here with us tonight, but I can only imagine talking about training. Former councilman used to talk about the training that came through. Appreciate your expertise in regard to sound. If Howard Avenue, Western Boulevard, Anaconda Road, and McNair Road were a river, we'd all live on the same island. Some of us, most of us, these folks particularly. So I mentioned Pine Street. I'm on that island. These folks on McNair Road, and closer down to Howard Avenue. I think the real question here is, and you said something about, is it 60 decibels or whatever? So you can hear that?
You can.
And that's going to be a constant.
It is.
Yeah. So when I lay down to sleep tonight, or a year from now, 2 years from now, as this project takes place, the air conditioner's not running, I'm gonna hear a buzz.
Yeah, it's hard to quantify what the noise is,
I
but
understand
you are
that.
going to hear it.
But there is going to be a buzz that seeps over to my part of the island, and I can't even imagine the folks on McNair Road, again, they're definitely going to be able to hear that, with whether you've got a berm, a wall, or whatever, because there's one thing I know about sound, it can go east and west, but it can go up and down also, and all around. So I think that's the question that I have, is that, you know, we're going to have as much as you try to dilute it, there is going to be a noise that's generated.
You're absolutely right, and you will hear it. Here's a good way that it might help you with real world, what does 60 dB sound like to me, to my property line? And I'm going to just talk about the houses. You know, I didn't go as far out as Pine. I can easily do that on my software. I can go miles out if you want. I concentrated on the structures right along here where you see some of these noise boxes. So they're in the mid 50s, you know, all less than 60. What is 60 dBA? 60 dBA is you in your room with air conditioning. 60 dBA is you in the kitchen with the dishwasher. That's what it's going to sound like. Now that's with the windows open. Inside your house, I bet you you're not going to hear that much. You know, you're already at 60. They go down a little bit, but you want to open up your windows. You want to sit on your front porch. That's what you're doing.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman.
So, what kind of adjustments could be made if, say, you do implement the planning, design, and all that, and there is a request or a need to make adjustments? How does that work?
Yeah, so it's actually pretty easy. The nice thing in this is that, believe it or not, it's not that noisy for an industrial site. I'm not just talking noise. I'm not talking anything else. I know noise, and I've gotten a lot of bad noise sites out there. So we're starting with a relatively easy solution, and the walls that the software came in with were easy walls. Okay, we're talking about you know, they're still thick concrete, full of mass, sealed on one side. So how a wall works, you seal it on one side, the noise comes this way. Some of it gets absorbed into the porous material of the concrete. Some of it gets into the sand or whatever the mass filler is. And then it hits the reflector, and some of that noise goes back. So some got absorbed, some got reflected, but some got over, and some got through. That's how the noise works. But the biggest path that it's going to do sounds like water. It wants to get over it. So it's going to go over the wall. It doesn't matter how high you make it. Well, you can read it. So noise will go over that wall. So that placement of the wall and what you do with the wall is a big deal, and there's lots of different walls you can do. This is a simple wall. You want to reduce the sound by 5 dBA, you have a better wall in it. And then you could go up and up and up. Put a different wall, put a double wall. You can play around with this model, that there is some leeway if you want to. But remember, it's a logarithmic scale. We're talking about 60 dBA. I don't want to tell you it's not bad. It's like an air conditioner. I live in the city. I have to because of my job. So I'm right in Boston, basically. If I sit down on my porch, I'm looking at about 75 dBA on a constant basis. Just is. Now, I don't want to say that you guys, you know, hey, I wish I was living in a country road. I understand that 100%. And trying to describe what 60 dBA is, and do you want us to reduce that? That really is all up to you.
So what's the difference between 55 and 60?
Yeah, that's a good question. Believe it or not, it's the difference between the highest end dishwasher and a midline. A midline dishwasher is about 60. A cheap dishwasher is going to be about 70. A vacuum cleaner, way higher, 75. Soft music that you would play at night would be 45 to 50. The birds chirping in the middle of nowhere, below 45. Hopefully, and this chart actually has some good things. Let me tell you a little bit about the levels too, okay? Because it is important. You know, what does 60 dBA mean? There's two different sites that say what is noise pollution. Okay, I picked some conservatives one. This one is from the Hearing Health Foundation, and they say everything above 70 is noise pollution of some sort. Okay. Everyone's heard of, hopefully you heard the WHO, World Health Organization, they say it's above 75. What is noise pollution? Well, to me, my noise pollution might be when I want to listen to my music on my porch, you know, but I'm just giving you what national organizations say noise pollution is, and those are two different levels. Let's talk about workers. OSHA standards. OSHA standards is 85. They're saying that you can't work in a place for more than 8 hours with anything above 85. So, according to the U.S. government, hey, if you want to work somewhere and it's at 80, you know, there's no protection for it. They actually say 85. Just some ideas. I'm not trying to convince you, I'm just trying to give you the different holes that are out there and the different, what people say. And there's a lot of stuff out there that could help you if you want to Google it and see. It does give you a nice little chart if you want to look up what the dB levels are. Leaves rustling, whispers, 30. Average room noise is between 30 and 50.
Councilman Pitt?
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on Councilman Taylor's. You said the conversations we're having right now is 55 to 60. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say that, you know, it all depends on where you're at in the position. Yes.
Correct. So what it all boils down to is the people that live on the narrow road that are close to this site are going to hear this kind of noise 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That's correct. It'll be different, which you could say is good or bad. And I'm not here to tell you. It's going to be constant. When we're talking, it goes up and down. You remember me saying that if we had a constant noise and it was within 3 dB, lots of studies out there say we tolerate that better. Right? Tolerate means we tolerate that better. When you have those big changes, that's when you get startled. That's when you we've come up with. So to me, and I don't want to be controversial, studies out there say that a constant higher level is better than having a low level with big changes.
Councilman Burnett? Councilman Burnett?
Yes, on the same, I thought it was still in my phone, but the phone receiving there was fine. But I did bring up some medical things as far as being inside, with that same even at 6.
Okay.
For long periods of time, which would be 24 hours a day. Now, how much they would hear inside that home, I'm not sure. But, I'm not sure what the, sheriff department, they won't hear inside their building. But there are potential, health issues, and I wish it was still on, of course, you can Google it, bring it up and stuff, and, you can read about it, as far as, what they said, it kind of can disrupt your REM sleep, cause some anxiety issues. There were some, not as much as far as hearing loss or things like that, just a difference of moods and stuff from the constant sound of happening. And you can look it up. I mean, I'm just, of course, trying to remember what I read. Feel free to Google it. I think this came from like a World Health Organization or something like that.
Now, I will agree with you with a little bit of modification to it. If that is quite, that'll be more often true in a tonal situation. When you have a specific tone, it gets irritating. Okay, if you hear, my wife thinks that her tone, or my tone irritates my wife. A certain tone sometimes irritates somebody more than a broadband sound, okay? Lots of people go to bed with what's called white noise. White noise is basically all the frequencies firing off at the same level. And that's why they use it for sleep aids, is because we actually like a broadband noise pretty well. So, yes, constant noise, there are medical studies out there. The ones that I'm more familiar with are going to be in the total aspects, and the ones I'm more familiar with are lower. So I don't want to say no, I'm just telling you what I think.
Further counsel? National burial sold better than a rock wall. A burial natural area.
Yeah, so
the higher natural area with the rock wall, but the natural area sold more sound and cement rock.
Totally different features. Believe it or not, a wall works better. You need mass. So I don't know what, maybe you have a nice red clay here. That works a lot better. The same, goes kind of right where you need mass. You need, so the different soils, when we're thinking that as a barrier, all you need is high mass. That's what's going to block these sound waves, energy coming through. If it's got a lot of mass, that's what's going to stop it.
The hard mass doesn't hit, and I think the solar sun that sends most of it up.
It can. It doesn't have
It's a softer mass would not go into it.
Yes, yeah, so the softer mass, the less the mass, the more just gets through it. So we already know something's going to go over the wall, right? The only thing you can do about that is increase the wall. So we could talk about, it's kind of with that aesthetics and the setback. Well, one thing we could do is put that wall on top of that, and then you've got more of the height that noise has to be to go over. That would be one way to get these walls out if you like. One important thing with my presentation here, I did not use the berms. Your berm, the noise characteristics of the berms for the ISO 9613, it depends on its shape, it depends on its soil content, it depends on so many things that I didn't know. And I wasn't going to get in the time frame before I had to. They're not included. So both the trees, I'm not going to tell you, I know that there's things out there that trees help, and they do a little. But, you know, it depends on the density and the type of tree and everything. I did not include trees, I did not include the earth berm in any of this. All I did was the wall. So that is more added buffer. They are putting, you know, at the heel of the tree, they are putting that earthen berm. How high, this shade, type of soil. I didn't have that information, so I didn't.
Thank you, Councilman Brown. Councilman Tennant.
Do you reside close to a data center?
I do not, no.
Maybe an unfair question, would you purchase a home within a mile of such a location?
I would, especially when, but you gotta understand where I'm coming from.
I have to be very honest with you, I don't believe that.
Okay.
That's all I got to say.
Remember, I live on a street that is about 175 dBA, so my city limit is.
All right, does any board or member of the board have any more questions for the witness? Does any party have any additional questions for the witness? Thank you, Mr. Manning.
Thank you. I'm gonna put this up over here.
Thank you. Energy Storage Solutions, do you wish to call any of the witnesses to speak on behalf of your case?
I have two remaining witnesses and they'll be brief. I'd like Justin Reyes to speak.
Mr. Ross. For certain technical matters, this board needs opinion testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address.
Justin Rose, Solar ESS, address my home is 13950 Malbec Avenue, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Also, please state the topic that you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience that qualify you as an expert in this matter.
I'm a subject matter expert on all things energy. I have background in energy, mostly for the government, and also able to field general questions. But specifically, I wanted to address a lot of the things that I heard questions on earlier, but didn't get straight answers exactly because of the level of their subject matter expertise. Batteries, carbon sponges, something to do with how we deal with energy projects and sound generally, and kind of what this is all about, and a bit on workforce development, which is extremely important. I know we haven't addressed that here, but all the new technologies that we do lead into workforce development, which is my passion.
Thank you. All right, the board will now decide whether this witness is an expert. Are there any objections?
I didn't get a clear answer. What's your relationship with the contract?
Solar ESS Vice President.
Since solar project, I guess, what's like, what are you doing for?
Everything, owner.
Are there any objections to this man being a witness or expert witness?
Quickly, sir, could you share some of your credentials or licenses in the energy field specifically?
Yes, sir, I'll be honored to.
Thank you, Mr. Manning.
We don't have that long this evening, but a few of the highlights. NABCEP certified since 2008. That's the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners, first one in my home state. I've also been doing workforce development and continuing education utilities internationally, in the Middle East and the U.S. I previously turned down a GS-15 position running the energy program for the United States of America in favor of staying private sector and doing these kinds of projects. Prior to that, I was actually contracted in as a GS-13-9 position for the Marine Forces Reserves, and I successfully launched 173 energy projects for the reserves, bringing renewable energy to nearly every Marine Corps Reserve-owned property in America. I did my time in the classroom, so my background before that wasn't in the Marine Corps. I was contracted in, but I did my time in the classroom as a physicist. So also have energy deep questions and answers for you guys, maybe breakout sessions.
Are you going to be development or with the operating?
Both. So I've been very heavily involved in the development since its inception. In fact, it was partly my idea to add data centers to these particular projects, along with Daniel Schaefer and I. It seemed that as a better way to monetize battery storage projects rather than purely doing grid arbitrage projects where you're buying at a low rate and selling back to the grid at a higher rate when they need it more often. I said, rather than trying to go in these long queues and
and waiting to get approvals for 4 or 5 years, we could accelerate the schedule to meet the timeframes for the incentives that are available to drive these green technologies that we have. If we want to meet that deadline, then we're going to need to deploy something that makes money on site using power that we generate rather than exporting it off the site. So data centers are actually a very silent, quiet way to do that. The turbines themselves do make some noise, and there's a lot of technology that we're deploying during the design and engineering phase, not yet entered. But you still have final approval along the way. So nothing tonight determines final decision. But I hope to get from each of you a real straightforward, heartfelt question is the opportunity to bring the amazing incentives while they still are available before it's too late. So we're in a deadline. So if this were to take another few months, probably wouldn't be having the same conversation. But we do have a unique opportunity because the community that you have and the relationship that developers have with a lot of the local companies that provide products here, we create good jobs in the green sector. And we think that it is a really heartfelt effort. And we can deploy battery storage technology that is, to answer your question earlier, 500,000 cycle supercap crafting from Intel, some of which has final assembly in North Carolina, which is pretty important. It's a long time battery life. Pretty much all data centers kind of highly covet the graphene supercaps and their technology because of their robust life. They are more expensive, a significantly higher investment, but it's long-term operation we're interested in, and our investors are interested in. This bring a lot of capital into the projects, and they want to see 20-year life, they don't want to see 10 or 12-year life.
Mr. Wallace, we still have to decide whether you're
yes, sir.
Are there any objections of the board?
Thanks.
And before you begin, please confirm that you were sworn at the start of the hearing.
I was.
The floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Kind of just jumping ahead, saving some time, straight to the point. Creating 69 jobs per data center is going to require 69 parking spaces. So we have to add that and other things to our design. Even if you approved everything tonight, you still have control as a total stakeholder on the design phase of the project. What happens, we can all put the codes and standards. But if we just ask for your support on the project, give us the best chance of success that we can do. It brings a lot of jobs here, brings a lot of cool technology here, and more importantly than just the power resilience for your community that this kind of power source would be is a growth for your economy and the whole developing township and city as a whole in the future. It's also using the most state-of-the-art AI data center technology that a lot of places would love to have. AI, when someone grabs their phone, maybe everybody got a teenager, the smart ones are figuring out they can grab their phone and say, hey, ChatGPT, can you answer me this? And it calculates quick answers. That's what these things do. They're using power to create very quick answers to very complicated problems, great solutions. So we're a really solution-oriented company, have DNA and renewable background. So we're very cognizant of environmental, NEPA 5090 type stuff, doing everything from tiered environmental assessments down to categorical exclusions, depending on socioeconomic impacts. And we can all get real oversensitive. At the bottom of the day, people need jobs. Part of the reason we selected this area, there's a lot of reasons, but one of them was because time. You get into a bigger city, you get into long delays. They're not going to make it easy for you. And so here, at least, we are here because we believe that Tarboro wants this. And if we thought for 1 second that you didn't, then we wouldn't be here asking. This SUP is actually, depending on the type of energy generation we do, not even required. We're asking permission so we don't have to ask for forgiveness and something else that we're already able to do. And there are definitely some terrible possible uses of the site. I'm not trying to peel a great wall or something like that. But this is an excellent use of the site, a good use of resources and all the people's time that is here tonight to approve this project and let it generate a lot of revenue for this town. And let it be kind of a beacon of the newest, greatest technology, and let it set an example for the other data centers that North Carolina, South Carolina, lots of other places are trying to get right now. Because we have the best team with the most state-of-the-art designs from the entire country and some in the world. And it's actually rub off in your communities. When you do workforce development, which I love the most, we leave know-how where we go. We train the trainers, and it's your community and college programs. Not just training our workforce to lower our costs, which is great, because they're really good, but it's also spurring innovation. All kinds of things. So anyway, questions about that? Councilman Brown?
Just like one of my biggest stickers, I guess, on this is the sound. That's probably the center, the layout of the center, great and all that. I guess it's the sound pollution from the facility that the ongoing is not operating, we even turn it off, occasionally you won't hear it. Is how to damper it down even more to where it's proper some degree. And
I respect that a lot. I've worked with a lot of veterans that have tinnitus, and being in Baton Rouge where there's a lot of plants more than anywhere else, I know all about sound and hearing. This simply doesn't cause those problems. 60 decibels here, we're in the green, we're good, but there's a lot of other things that generate more noise and decibel levels a lot higher, closer to your homes. Car passing down the street sometimes can be annoying too. It's a lot higher. This is a constant noise, but also having a background in sound, I'm not an acoustic specialist, but I did pay my way through school, get my physics degree running soundboards. I know how to set up, if you ever take the line raise, put 26 double-18s across the stage. And some music I would consider noise pollution, but 60 decibels is nothing. 130 decibels can cause hearing loss. And as a sound engineer, we were trained 3.15 kilohertz, that's the frequency you hear ringing in your ears at night. So if you've ever been to a rock concert or you hear your favorite band too close to the cymbals and drums and you went home and you heard it ringing in your ears, it's just that frequency. We don't have that frequency. Any sound engineer worth their salt can tip that off of the graph and you don't hear it. People have Apple earpods too, put them in there, noise cancellation. Some of the technology we're deploying is advanced in that way. We can actually cancel the sounds that affect you. And we're very cognizant of that, we're sensitive to it, and we're proud of what we've done here. So I think that we can set an example if we start looking around at other facilities that have industrial uses that also are part of the economy here. They're making a lot more noise than we are. And we're trying to do it in a very sustainable, long-term relationship. We're not looking to build one phase of one data center. We want a permanent relationship developing data centers in this area for the foreseeable future. So we're hoping to have good recommendations from everybody here on how to adopt it. Definitely, it's going to increase property values. How much we know.
Councilman Bennett. How many servers are inside the building?
Okay. One of my favorite questions. So, can I just use that, the site plan that was there, but you see these areas right here? This is a 40,000 square foot building with just a 20,000 square foot section. It has 180 racks of 96 GPUs per rack.
And how often do you have to replace those?
17,280 GPUs that are running in there, running 24 hours a day, technically can last up to 10 years, but normally planned replacements occur after year 5, every 6 months. Because of innovation technology, most data centers do the first exchange regardless, just because they recapture depreciation on the first day of the 6th year, purely for that reason. However, in advance of that, the other data centers we've been working with over the past 4.5 years, they typically start cycling out after the first year and a half, regardless of depreciation, for the latest, greatest models.
How do you properly dispose of all that?
We actually work Carbon Sponge, who has a off-taker for this. Deltec is the name of the company, currently processes lots of different ASICs, the 3090s, as well as some of the HP 100s. When they get near their end of life or they have an issue, they're actually processed and they create a carbon credit during the recycling process. There's also some different metals that are pretty valuable to recover in the process. they get pretty lucrative with that. So we have a
So
pretty
you do recycle?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We recycle everything. We're all about efficiency. Sustainability. Councilman Taylor?
I just made the comment that this was gonna increase property values.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe maybe I was absent. Did your experts say that it was gonna increase property values?
He did say it would have no negative impact.
But he didn't say it was gonna increase.
He did say he would buy a house on your street.
Maybe on my street, I don't know if he'd buy one on Manor Road, that's the question I asked every time. The houses that are being built. I guess they're for sale, we'll see.
I may need one in that street if it's for sale.
I'm sorry?
I'm interested in buying a house in that area.
Good. I would hope, that maybe there's a real estate person that might be speaking on behalf of the homeowners as well, we'll see. I don't know that. Thank you.
Most welcome. Councilman Woodard?
Yes, there were in some areas concerned about rising utilities. How can you address that?
It's one of my favorite questions in every country that I go to. So basically, most places that you go before data centers, utilities cost between 12 and 16 cents a kilowatt hour. Once the AI data centers come in, no matter how they come in, and they will, no matter what, your utilities will normally jump up to about 48 to 50 cents a kilowatt hour because they're going to consume all the power you can possibly generate profitably, no matter how much you can generate. Now, interestingly, those are mostly countries where power is not always that inexpensive to begin with. But most interestingly, for what we're doing, is we're not raising the price of utilities at all. We are using your gas supply, and we found a clean, green way to do that. But we're actually producing more power than we use, so we can actually lower your utility rate. And we've proven that because we've done studies in the past with grid arbitrage, with the battery storage alone, being able to take power at 16 cents. You know, we're designed to pick it up at 8 cents and sell it back at 16. Battery storage systems normally do, but that actually lowers the operational cost on most people. And that's why they're willing to pay it, because they need it at that time. Otherwise, we got to trigger more upgrades or more substations and start spending $8 to $16 million on the 8 to 16 megawatt substation. You know, roughly 8 to 16 megawatts, generally for the small ones. But these are much bigger.
Carbon emission.
Absolutely.
No, your favorite question.
So CO2 is real special to me. I've generated a lot of carbon credits in my life. And, you know, I spent the last 20 years of my life trying to make up the sins of my fathers and his generation of oil and gas in Louisiana, Texas. I don't know if we'll ever catch up, but I know we're making progress. And so, you know, I can tell you today, if anybody wants 500 million carbon credits, we've got some for sale. And they can offset what they're doing with those credits that are available. And I can set it on the record, under oath, and sworn in. And I mean that. If anyone wants them, please come by them for us. Another thing that we do with these plants is generate more credits, the maximum amount of carbon credits. So what's cool about carbon sponge technology is it is commercially proven at airport previously, this particular product, on ambient capture, which is the most difficult. So what it does is it actually takes the CO2 out of the air that we're breathing and sequesters it and creates carbon credits. So some people might ask the obvious question, well, if we can do that, isn't gas renewable? We can already take all the gas CO2 emissions out of the atmosphere if we want, and we can store it, we can put it in a concrete block, we can create carbon credits, so what's all the hoopla, right? This is the thing that really, honestly, I was on a very environmental path in Louisiana, and the LSU I graduated, Center for Energy Studies, kind of took away the wind from my sails, showing me what accumulators do. I said, why aren't we building more? So we can regulate the amount of CO2 in our atmosphere. We're just being irresponsible. It's our job to clean it up. So I became pretty interested in that back in 2005, 2006. And ultimately, I got more into hydrogen and these other cool clean technologies. That was thinking of a simpler process. Bottom line is the CO2 is kind of the best part of what we do. No matter what we're doing and what you're already doing, and everybody else is doing it, we want to know wherever there's CO2. Because wherever there's CO2, we turn it into profit. We want all the CO2 we can get. We take it, we turn it into carbon credits, we clean it up, and we're quite passionate about that. So, you know, we're keeping score. And to, just like with the sound levels, we tokenize it. We track it, we have sensors, we quantify it, we serial number it, we know exactly how much, where it originated, what the DNA, the history behind it was, and put it on the AI blockchain marketplace, trading for people to purchase. So the more we can generate, the more good people can direct the funds that they're interested in spending at the things they care about. And that generates revenue, redistributes wealth, it helps a lot of people. Otherwise, you may not have a whole lot going on, but everybody here uses some kind of gas, something, generates some kind of CO2 every day. So we all have a small part in good schools. I believe that.
Councilman Anderson?
I'm just curious about gas usage as another utility. Obviously, we all get our payments with it. Other industries rely on it. You're going to have a substantial natural gas bill compared to the rest of the industry. Do you not see that increasing the cost of natural gas for?
Can I break that question in a couple pieces? So, compared to the rest of the industry, we're using less than 25% of the gas, other gas generated data centers. We do that because
I don't mean other data centers, industry in Tarboro.
Yeah, the other industry in Tarboro. There's probably a few qualified people who can speak even better on that than I can, but I do know quite a bit about energy security and work for the government. And the more diverse sources that you can get your energy from, the better. Gas revenue is like utility demand. So you're correct that over a long period of time, as the demand for your gas goes up, someone's going to have to source that gas. Right now, it's a big benefit to the economy here to get the infrastructure in place because, frankly, you don't have very much compared to most places. It's, we're dealing with 36-inch gas lines and 40-inch and 32. Here on these projects, we're struggling to get a 16-inch gas line at high enough pressure to run these projects. So we had to be very innovative on how else we can generate energy from the heat, which answers the steam question. What we're doing with the exhaust heat and two turbines manifolding the exhaust together, not only suppressing the sound, but also using the heat from that exhaust to spin up a steam turbine that runs purely off the exhaust of the other two turbines, turning two 25 megawatt turbines into a 96 megawatt output. Instead of 50, we have 96. We're capturing our heat. So we've already cut the amount of gas that we use tremendously. And we've deployed newer technologies that are here in the room, with phase change materials, and other advances that IBM's implemented for about 10 years now to save on their data center bottom line, capturing rejected heat from the data centers and things like that, further offset the gas. Do we need gas? Yes. Do we need water? Yes. Does that benefit the town? Yes. Does it increase your revenues? Yes. Does it raise the price of gas and water over time?
Justin, let me address that if I might, since I've been discussing this with Piedmont.
Is that okay?
Is there anybody from Piedmont?
Here, go ahead and,
No, but I can speak firsthand in my discussions with Piedmont Natural Gas.
Do you have any literature from Piedmont referencing this, or is this just your reflection of discussion?
I think it's pretty accurate. If you don't want to know, I won't tell you.
Mr. Schaefer? Mr. Anderson, or Councilman Anderson, question?
I guess, do you have anything from Piedmont explaining the effects on gas rates in Tarboro going forward?
I think it would be helpful if I clarified where these gas rates are coming from. You're dealing with a retail market here that's supplying natural gas to the town of Tarboro. The exceptions are some of the factories around town. The exceptions would be data centers. We do not buy off of the same retail supply that the local communities buy from. What we're doing with Piedmont Natural Gas is they're providing us with transmission lines and transmission line upgrades to deliver natural gas to us that we're sourcing through the wholesale market, injecting it into the system, and then powering our data center from that. So we won't have any real impact on what you're paying in the town, in the county, any manner at all because of retail. Now, we're able to do this cost effectively because we do our own turbine generation. So instead of us paying a wholesale price really cheap, 5 cents or even 10 cents, we can generate power at 3 cents. But we're able to do that because we're buying natural gas wholesale from the big producers, injecting it into the system, and we're going to pay a Piedmont service charge for using their system. So it's retail versus wholesale. We're not in retail.
Right, but the system doesn't, it's all the same system. It's all the same pipelines that are supplying retail customers as well as your plant.
Yes, but it doesn't impact the cost of retail delivery in the town.
That's guaranteed.
We're funding
the
our
cost of natural gas in the town. Guaranteed.
We're funding our upgrades through Piedmont. They tell us how much it's going to cost to be upgraded. We pay that.
And that's a main transmission line upgrade. It's not just the last years.
That's everything. Anything's required.
So we're going to get upgraded.
The whole system will be upgraded, and you'll benefit from it. Because we're not actually doing it for your benefit, we're doing it for our benefit. But for instance, right now we have a 16-inch gas line coming down out of West Virginia, and all the transmission lines are coming off of it. In the future, we may need another 16-inch transmission line to service what we're doing. We'll pay for it, but it will bring all the natural gas down into this system, and you'll have, I would anticipate, even better service and a lot better in terms of transmission lines. But we're doing it on the wholesale, not the retail. What's the benefit? Because you're going to be getting, the numbers are huge. The last number they gave us is $176 million. And we're prepared to pay that. But, you know, it's for our data center operation, and then the spin-off of Rocky Mountain or Edgecombe County or Tarboro will be significant. And it's not going to be won't be paid by the government, won't be paid by the community. Our upgrades on the main transmission lines we pay for. Any other questions?
Councilman Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Shaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Close. I actually like to add part two of that question. I was holding that thought for a while. Yeah, it was very clever. So there's also other technology in the world that allows us to put gas into your pipeline from the CO2 that we capture.
Natural gas.
Yeah, trans gas. And there are trans gas experts in this room. We can actually create natural gas for transmission from CO2 to gas. We'd like it to, but we still have to get funded. To get funded, we have to get your approval so we can start and complete our engineering and come back to you and say, will you approve it? So whatever you decide tonight, it's not a final decision, but it gives us our SUP so we can get started. That means we're going to spend more money, we're going to bring more people to your towns, we're going to have cool conversations with people, lots of smart stuff going on, lots of restaurants like we did today, a big group of people, and get to know Tarboro. Get to know your workforce development is also critical. I'm going to talk to the colleges and see, I'm going to train the trainers on some of the technology that we've got in the green tech sector, like we did in Baton Rouge with the LCTS network. That we can spread all that know-how here, and then you guys can carry the torch and spread it other places. We know what we're doing, and we really thought this stuff out. And people who are really honest, they're a little nervous about what would happen after all this money and time we spent if we didn't get an SUP approval. But really, we need to go way past that and go a lot faster, because even with the SUP approval, we're still going to need your continued support on the project to help us get through the next phase and the next step, you know. And you know, you may get some complaints from some homeowners. You know, some people may say that. And, you know, in some cases, we know we've had to buy people's houses before. In the worst case, sometimes that's how it goes, or something else like that, because they don't know. You know, once they know, they think, "Oh wow, this is great. I wish I had kept down. It's a whole lot more. How long is it?" Those kind of things. We've had that happen Data centers are a very valuable asset for your community, especially not just a regular old IBM old school data center, like the first ones that are built in South Carolina and Bentonville, but actually state-of-the-art AI data centers, the whole future. There's a whole, like you have rail, we talked about earlier, railroads, we coming in here and bring infrastructure and interstate and commerce. This is the new future of everything that's going on. There's a whole system that runs through AI, and through commerce, and how data centers talk to each other, and what that does for your community. I can't even tell you how amazing it is that that would come so early here in this development, this one-day eventually pretty large city, because of the data center. And many more to come. So, and that's just my 2 cents on it. According to the gas price, it is possible. Not just, what if, but it's already been proven other places that we can put gas in the pipe. So we can be negative on any impact on the gas. The infrastructure points that Dan Schaefer raised are very valid, that you're actually going to alleviate some stranded costs that your gas companies have. So it might actually lower your retail gas price, or at least stop from increases.
Councilman, do you have further questions? Councilman Dunn? Does anyone else on the board have any more questions for Mr. Warren? Does any party have additional questions for the witness? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Energy Storage Solutions, do you wish to call any other witnesses to speak on behalf of your case?
I think at this point we would like to invite Bob Pike to speak for economic development, and he's familiar with what we've been working on for the last several months.
Thank you. All right.
Bob Pike with Carolina's Gateway Partnership. Yes, and I have sworn.
What's the address there?
386 Southwest Main.
Please state the topic you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience that qualify you as an expert in this matter.
Well, I've been in business all my career, so I understand business. Number two, recently 2 years as the CEO and president of Carolina's Gateway Partnership, which is the economic arm for Tarboro as well as Edgewood, Canada.
Now it's time for the board to decide if Mr. White qualifies as an expert witness. Are there any objections? All right, and you said that you were sworn at the beginning of the hearing. Mr. White, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think the big statement, and I'll keep it very, very, very brief, is the fact that obviously the impact is jobs and dollars. And we all have to outweigh the opportunities versus the risk. In this case, we feel very good, much like we talked about the LS Cable project prior to the hearing. This is a very well thought out process, engineering. As many of us in this community, and I will have to say myself, going into these conversations, have been very, very skeptical. And I've had an opportunity to spend, and I will not say I'm an expert as an engineer, but I have worked with engineers. I have built complexes throughout my career, and this is some of the highest levels of talent and reputation of the group of individuals. Not only from a state standpoint, you've heard the credentials, but also on the national and international scope. And this project is going to be something that the town will benefit from in several different ways been illustrated. But one of the main things is it's an opportunity to go from the principal situation. You think about where this community has been since the Civil War, to where this opportunity has presented itself to be in the forefront of technology, to generate revenue that's going to be able to put school teachers at a salary rate that will be able to have the best and brightest. Not to mention our tax rates and all the different things that address our issues of our community. So with that said, that's my opinion. If you'd like to ask any questions or clarification, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Does the board have any questions for the witness, Councilman Taylor?
Bob, first of all, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for being here tonight. You mentioned the outcome of this project and the benefits of the project, but you also made the comment, which I think is concerned with most people in this room, these folks that are here and staying with us. You said it outweighs the risk. So I guess what I'd like to know is, what is the risk? Well, I'm not an engineer, I can't quantify it, but everything in life is risk. Right? For example, how much can we do away from risk? Right down the road, for example, we have a risk in a traffic case. Quantifying that is, when I say risk, it's not only a safety risk consideration, it's noise, it's the impact on society, there's a culture, the risk of not becoming the community that we've been for centuries. It goes back in the history that's part of this. This type of industry will allow us communities to. So when I was referring to risk, it was more of trying to keep the flavor, and I've used the term, I want jobs, I want people, and I want power, and I want potatoes. Why is that? I want the rural culture, because that's where and even things like natural gas, and there are tobacco farms taking advantage of transmission lines. All these things are going to impact not only industry in our society, but also folks out in the rural areas. In a lot of different ways in our community. We've got a real opportunity to plan properly and try to mitigate the risk in on those mega projects everybody's going to be
Does anyone else on the board have any questions for the witness? Does any party have additional questions for the witness?
sorry. I didn't believe that.
You're free to. Okay. Other parties for standing in argument, if any. Standing determination, if any. In order to act as a party in this case, an individual must have legal standing. The applicant, the property owner, the local government have standing. Other individuals may have standing if they will suffer special damages. Evidence of standing may include proximity to the subject, damage to property values, and secondary impacts from the requested development. If you wish to act as a party, please provide evidence to establish that you will suffer special damages from the requested development.
Before others were standing, if possible, I invited some representatives of the electric cities to act or answer questions on behalf of the town and our energy provider. If possible, I'd like to ask them to come up to the council and ask any questions specific to how it may impact, our electric utility. Got Brandon Runnels, Kelsey Lawhead, Group, you guys get sworn in? No, we can swear in.
All right, and before we get there, I do apologize. Energy Storage Solutions, do you wish to call any other witnesses to speak in behalf of your case?
Well, I think at this time we could go on and on and on. We're satisfied with the presentation and we appreciate the patience of everyone.
Thank you. All right. So,
and again, I'm not asking them to present, make a presentation or anything like that. I just want them to make them available. So some of the questions that maybe that you had earlier.
We're doing ground short trials here. These two are the engineers, so I may refer to them. So we know better.
Do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to the Lord in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Before you begin, Mr. Hinton, what verbiage should that involve?
I'd probably go back to the expert witness.
Expert witness. Understood. Thank you. All right. Well then, for certain technical matters, this board needs opinion testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address.
Elsie Lawhead, I'm at Electricities in North Carolina. My home address is 1990 Sweetwater Court. Electricities is located at 1427 Meadow Boulevard in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I serve as Vice President of Customer Programs and Strategy at Electricities.
Thank you. So please state the topic you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience that qualify you as an expert in this matter.
In my role, we participate in a lot of different meetings on the Board of Commissioners for the North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency, which the Town of Tarboro is a part of, and oversee the FRPPA, the Wholesale Power Supply Agreement. For myself, that would be my area of expertise from an engineering perspective. That is where Brandon Roman will step in and can weigh in if there are engineering questions.
Thank you, and you were just sworn in, so the oath has been administered. The floor is yours for testimony.
I did not prepare testimony, but if there are questions that have come up around the wholesale structure for the Town of Tarboro's electric system, I'm happy to answer them.
It's brief, thank you. Does the board have any questions for the witness?
Yeah, if it's all self-generated, it's going to have no effect on the electric utility pricing, I assume, right?
So at this time, our team has not been engaged in doing a system impact study for any interconnection. So if an intent to have interconnection and needing backup power in the case that our on-site generation is not sufficient, then that would be required. So a full system impact study with our transmission provider, which in that territory I believe is Dominion, as well as with the Town of Tarboro and the NICMPA operations.
Councilman Brown?
Can I mix her with one of the other representatives on that question that you have? Well, yes, if, let's say you do have a generator failure or multiple generators and you're losing power, are you going to pull that power from the grid or the local grid?
Who's that question being addressed to?
To you, yes, to you.
Before we proceed, Mr. Hinton, is that permissible?
Yes. As it relates to electricities and the town's power grid. So,
All right. Well understood, thank you.
Let me address the structure, addressing the technical aspects. What our intention is going to be is that for the data center, we have to have redundancy. So what that means is we not only have to, if we need 300 megawatts, we have to generate at least 20-30% more than that. So 300 megawatts AC, that's 400 megawatts AC. And since we're doing cogeneration on top of our normal generation systems, that boosts power output even more. So what we're doing is then putting the power into our energy storage systems. Once the power is there, we have a 4-hour period at least where the data center cannot shut down. Now, we're creating redundancy by having surplus turbines for generation. So, for instance, if we needed 3 turbines to generate the 300 megawatts, or whatever the number is, we're going to have 4 and 5 and 6 turbines available. So that at any one time, any of the turbines can go down,
or they can be down for maintenance, or they can be just sitting there in reserve. So we don't anticipate really having a problem with needing power from the grid at any point. What we haven't mentioned is the fact that we are actually going to design and build our own substation. And we funded significant amount of money in our phases to build out a substantial substation with appropriate interconnections. And in PJM, if we build a system and we have it basically a COD, we finish building it, we're required, the utilities are required to let us jump the queue, go to the head of the line, and get the interconnection. And also, if we need a PPA, we get PPA, whatever. But what we're proposing is to do kind of the reverse of that. What we want to do right now is we don't need certifications with the North Carolina Utility Company because we're doing everything behind the meter. So we have the funds and the structure and the design to build not only the data center, but the energy supporting system for the whole data center, store the energy in the energy storage system, pay for the substation, and once we get the approval of the Utility Commission and Tarboro Electric and Electric Cities, or if we're working with Dominion Power, or whoever the utilities are, or a combination, we will then donate the substation, which will have been built to USGO specifications, back to the utility at no cost. So if we have 30 million or 50 million in the Tarboro Electric substation, and roughly when I was talking to Edgecombe Martin, EMC, we were using a number of 35 million, but whatever that number is, we'll pay for it, we'll integrate it into our system, and then once we have the right contracts, whether it's interconnection, PPAs, utilities, we'll make the donation to the appropriate utility. Of course, we'll get a tax write-off. But at the same time, we would reinforce the grid and support what we're doing. So from our perspective, there won't ever be a time that we need to buy power, significant power from the grid. What we will do, though, is that we will set meters for lights and for air conditioning and normal office and outlets and whatever we need as a general electric customer, because we want to participate in Tarboro Electric system. But we think that we'll have the ability to build the substation and donate it back, and then at that point we can put back onto the grid our surplus power, and obviously it'll generate another revenue for us. But the revenues from the data center, without this other income stream, will support the whole system.
So one of the things I wanted to be available to you for is so we have been mentioned about buying back when we currently under our FRPPA, we don't have the ability to do that here in Tarboro. But some of this is premature as the site is finalized, or the application to manage or rules or whatever that situation might be. But I know that had come up a few times. Currently under our FRPPA we would not be able to buy that electricity.
That's correct.
If we get the CPU approval, that's our next step. And then I mentioned to Troy and also some of the people in Electric City that we'd like to then sit down and plan a way forward. It's not everything we want necessarily. It's got to be something that has a benefit to the utility and to the community, but we will have the ability to do it, and we'll have to meet their requirements, and having met the requirements, hopefully, we can supply inexpensive energy back onto the grid and save the electric customer in Tarboro or Edgecombe Martin or Rocky Mount significant amounts on their energy bills.
And we don't know what that'll look like yet, but
No.
it may not be us, it may be
We are in PJM, so we will have the ability to will. So that means that we can will power to Virginia, Pennsylvania,
or anything in the PJNs in the service area, without paying significant service charges. So that gives us a huge area to work from, and of course we prefer to work locally as much as possible, get to here. So,
Councilman Brown?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but let's just say catastrophic.
yeah.
Would you have to get power off the roof?
No.
So you can just close the whole thing?
No. We'll be up and running indefinitely.
Well, you're assuming that.
Well, if they drop a nuclear bomb on the site, we will be out of business. But what I'm saying is if there's an EMP, our systems will shut down in a fraction of a second, and we won't fry the system. It'll be offline for 10 seconds or 10 minutes or whatever it needs to be. We'll power back up again. So that they could fry most of the systems in North Carolina. And our systems are being built to satisfy the Department of Defense through their program for hardening the systems.
Councilman Wood? So, this slide, does the board have any other questions for this slide? Or electricities? Hold on one second. Does any party have additional question? Any additional questions for the witness? Councilman Brown?
If they're going to build this substation, will you be involved in doing their needs?
Not necessarily me, but it'd be our operations team. I'm part of the team, but it'd be a gentleman by the name of Michael Jones and Chef Zach Shelley. But I'll be involved with it.
If they say they will build them, then when we get it back to the town, then it probably needs to meet.
Yeah, we will be.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of that is to be determined. So we have full site plan, site plan approval. The process of make an application, delivery, or the final sort of deed, we don't know what. That's not part of the zoning process.
All right, so now we're at other parties withstanding an argument, if any. There's also the other witness testimony, if any. I'd love to go. So other parties withstanding an argument, if any, standing determination, if any. In order to act as a party in this case, an individual must have legal standing. The applicant, property owner, and local government have standing. Other individuals may have standing if they will suffer special damages. Evidence of standing may include proximity to the subject property, damage to property values, and secondary impacts from the requested development. If you wish to act as a party, please provide evidence to establish that you will suffer special damages from the requested development.
We have a business that is close to the city. My name is Sherry Redditch. I live at 900 St. Andrew Street. I'm speaking for me and my husband, who's out of town tonight, regarding the proposed data center planned along Anaconda Road. While we understand the importance of technological infrastructure,
Can you please provide evidence that you have standing? The council will decide if you have standing, and then proceed.
we have a manufacturing business at 3006 Anaconda Road,
And proximity is roughly,
right across from the sheriff's department. Is that proximity?
council? Council? Yes.
Continue.
While we understand the importance of technological infrastructure, we're particularly worried about the potential noise pollution such a facility may generate. Data centers often operate such that they generate significant noise pollution, a constant and disruptive noise day and night. As residents of the
Ms.
historic...
Roberts, I've got to stop you again. At the beginning of the hearing.
I was.
Okay, thank you. I apologize.
As residents of the historic district and business owners along Anaconda Road, we believe this poses a serious threat to our quality of life, especially in what historically has been a peaceful town. This noise pollution can generate negative impact on sleep, mental health, and overall well-being for local residents, not to mention pets and animals. The planned facility is adjacent to the detention center and residential homes. Its impact on people would be hearing damage, prolonged exposure to high decibel levels reaching 96 decibels have been associated with data centers. Health concerns include cognitive impairment, sleep disturbances, and headaches and migraines. The noise impact on animals. You have just built a new animal shelter right now. This disrupts animal communication, alters behavior, and habitat changes. We strongly urge the town to conduct their own noise impact assessment before any approval is granted. Consider alternative locations further away from residential and business areas. And we really hope that you all can do your own investigations and maybe even visit one of these sites. I think that will tell the town. Steve and I have been very supportive of best items that benefit the community and not just one or two individuals. The data center does not benefit the community. It harms the environment in which we all live, and we are against it.
Does the board have any questions for the witness?
Speaking of,
Yes.
what did you think, watching Google story?
Googled like everybody else. The results of data centers and the harmful impacts and what the benefits and the disadvantages. Did not see any benefits. Disadvantages were decreased property values in the state. So. But I can attest that living where I do, which is over by the library, that I can sit on the screen porch and I can hear Highway 64. And nobody wants to hear a loud hum like that.
Does any party have questions for the witness, Ms. Riddich?
Mr. Mayor, you had a gentleman raise his hand.
Yeah, just a question, was that relevant to 96 decibels, or we're at 60? For that,
So that is relevant, Ms. Riddich. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor? Okay. Would you care to ask that question again, Ms. Riddich?
I think that it's nice of all you folks to come from out of town and talk to us, but I prefer our elected officials to go learn for themselves, because you're going to tell us everything we want to hear. We've been down this path before with people from out of town.
Everybody in the room agree with you?
Yep. So much for evidence. So much for evidence.
Yeah. Well, opinions are awesome. I would think that their opinions do matter. As expert testimony, like the opportunity to speak with each and every one.
Ms. Grantham, please advise.
What's your question?
So I asked if any party had questions for the witness. Does anyone just ask the lady in the back a question? Please restate the response if you have.
Yes, sir. So this question is just based on just logic, although I do respect your opinion.
the 96 decibels that you Googled, some data centers do produce 96 decibels. With our acoustic engineer, we did a very thorough study on the current model without even doing improved noise reductions to get it below those volumes. Conclusively, it's proven that outside that wall, we don't have more than 60 decibels. So I think that the information you presented, although it's important to discuss and quantify and understand where you originated that information, how it compares with what we're doing is not what you're searching. In data centers, and the information that we've been able to find do raise property value as well as tax credits, and they create over 500 jobs for your town. So if you don't want jobs, you just want quiet, I understand, it's in, but it's not relevant to 60 decibel data. If you're saying it's relevant to 96 decibel.
And you put it where you're at.
Plan to. Actually, not coming from out of town to move in and build a data center. I came out of town to help local people that already live here in our property here develop their land. And doing data centers is a way to make money.
Well, they can put it where they're
Well,
from.
we're getting back in that road, and this needs to be strictly fact. Is that correct, Mr. Hinton? And not opinion. All right, Mr. Hinton. Continue with other parties sustaining. Whomever.
Go ahead. I'll get it.
All right, before we get going, let me make sure I'm not my eyes across my T's.
And Mr. Mayor, I would like to submit myself as an expert witness rather than someone who's already affected us. Although I do live at the corner of McNair and Howard Avenue, and so I would consider myself an affected party, but I'm also a subject matter expertise that I would like to enroll in tonight's session.
Mr. Hinton, please advise.
Go through your, within questions, is your name and address, what you would speak on.
That's expert witness.
I was not sworn in, no, sir.
Okay, so before we get going, while we're doing this, does anybody else wish to be sworn in? Please continue.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
Okay. Now, let me get my bearings here. For certain technical matters, this board needs any testimony from a qualified expert. Please state for the record your name, company, and address.
Yes. My name is Janelle Wilson. My company is RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute. My organization address is 22830 Two Rivers Road, Basalt, Colorado. I've worked for RMI for 5 years. The RMI is an organization, is an energy company. We're thought leaders and think tank in the energy space.
So please state the topic that you will discuss and provide your professional qualifications and experience to qualify you as an expert in this matter.
Okay, thank you. So RMI is a leading global think tank on the energy transition. So we are thinking all the time about all the issues and concerns related to the energy sector and the transition to a clean, reliable, affordable energy system. So that's thinking about the power sector, which is implicated in this case, so the electricity sector. It's also thinking about the natural gas sector. It's also thinking about hard-to-abate industries. We're also thinking about sustainable aviation. So we have 700 experts across the globe who are focused and have lots of
different degrees and backgrounds that we bring to all sorts of social and political and economic concerns and technical concerns related to the energy sector and the energy transition. I myself have 5 years working at RMI. I am a specialist in electric utility regulation. I have submitted testimony at the North Carolina Utilities Commission on energy policy in North Carolina. And I have a graduate degree, a master's in environmental management from Duke University in Durham, North Carolina.
All right. This board will decide whether this witness is an expert. Is there any objection? Haven't heard. You were just sworn in, correct?
Twice.
What is yours?
Yeah. So I would say, just as a caveat to my testimony now, that I have not had ample time to prepare, because the information on this special use permit has not been very transparent or easily accessible to the public. But one of my broader reflections about this process is that I think that the developers have not done a sufficient job in engaging the community and helping them understand all of the impacts that will be associated with it. I think it's unacceptable for a developer to come into a community and to only be sharing the information that we've heard tonight for the first time through this forum. This is not a productive forum for community engagement discussions, as some of the expert witnesses that have come before me have suggested. So that is one broad reflection I would offer for your consideration, and I will add the recommendation that upon the conclusion of this hearing tonight, we consider what additional community engagement should be the minimum requirement for this developer to continue pursuing a data center special permit in Tarboro, North Carolina. So beyond that, given that my focus is on energy, I'm going to offer 3 high-level points. Again, acknowledging that I haven't had ample time to prepare, not knowing the specifics of this particular project. I will say, first, my 3 points are first, that the technology related to the carbon, it's the carbon sponge, is an unproven technology. Second, I've heard several spurious assumptions asserted by witnesses prior to me this evening about the certainty of gas supply and the certainty that this project will not increase our rates as residential customers of Dominion Energy and Piedmont Natural Gas. And then the third thing I want to emphasize is the very nascent and emerging nature of this data center industry and the risk that that poses for our community if we approve to move forward with the infrastructure investments, and then there is an economic bust or a situation in which the developers go bankrupt and we are saddled with the stranded costs of the assets and the infrastructure that will not have been paid down yet. So those are some of the concerns I want to elaborate on. First is the carbon sponge technology. I heard one of the witnesses before me assert that this is a proven technology. This is an area where I think a little bit of further research is necessary and more time to explore whether this is actually a factually correct statement is necessary. From some quick Googling I have done about carbon sponge technology, everything says that this is very unproven and it's very tenuous about the assertions that this will capture 130% of the carbon emissions. I'd also like to emphasize that the focus of the previous expert presenter on this topic emphasized carbon capture, so the emissions exclusively around carbon. But there are other pollution, particulate matter, that will affect the health of residents nearby and in the town of Tarboro that are not carbon related. When you burn gas, which is not a clean resource, there are other byproducts from that, other sources of pollution. And that carbon sponge has not, I haven't heard any testimony related to the other pollution related to this facility. The second thing is around putting a gas turbine co-located with a data center is not a customary approach. I think we heard that from some of the contractor-related witnesses earlier. There are proven technologies and ways to power data centers behind the meter, which is what they are proposing to do, that do not involve gas turbines. So one of the recommendations I would leave you with as a town council is to ask that the developers further consider alternative actual clean resources to power this data center rather than installing a new gas turbine. And frankly, with the power levels that they're talking about needing for this data center, we're talking about gas turbine power capacity that is larger than some of the gas plants run by Duke Energy in North Carolina, right? Or of that capacity. We're talking utility scale generators. So this is something that I think we all need a little bit more time and information to understand and unpack. And so something my organization is on the forefront of thinking about is how to bring data centers into communities like ours, but without bringing new gas combustion turbines behind the meter, which could threaten all of our health. And also, the other matter I wanted to bring up is that Duke Energy is in active proceedings right now before the North Carolina Utilities Commission about the uncertainty of their ability to procure gas for their gas turbines, which are powering most of the electricity consumed in North Carolina. They're wanting to build new gas turbines, and all of the GE, Siemens, and some of the other, there's only 3 organizations that actually manufacture gas turbines of the caliber that we're talking about in this situation. And the lead time to procure those gas turbines is, it's not on the time scale that we're hearing about the development of this data center. So there's some critical information asymmetry that's happening right now in terms of how are they going to get the gas? How are they going to get the turbines when our own utilities are saying, oh, we're talking about 3 to 5 years before we can get the gas turbines that they need as much larger utility companies. Right, so just a few other concerns to keep in mind about the uncertainty of this project as it's currently being proposed. And then the last point I wanted to make about data centers and just the nascency of this industry, I think it would pose a tremendous risk to our community if there is an economic bust and the data center goes under, is no longer viable economically, goes bankrupt, and the stranded assets associated with that. And so something that I would encourage our town council to consider, that many other town councils across the country are considering with similar proposals, is what are the protections that are going to be in place financially for the communities where these data centers will be located to ensure that we are not left holding the bag when these data centers leave our communities and aren't paying back the balance on all the infrastructure that they have built to come to our community. And I will end there.
All right, thank you. Does the board have any questions for the witness?
So you're saying what would happen if they leave the community?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by when they leave the community? What do you mean? They'll leave their stuff?
Yes, yeah, this is just such a nascent industry. I think it's very important that we be talking seriously as a town about what are the protections and provisions that we can be putting in place in the contracts such that the citizens of North Tarboro are not left holding the bag for such a significant and expensive project.
Could I answer that?
Mr. Young? Is that from this one?
First of all, we are paying for all of the infrastructure improvements for all of the data centers. We're not asking for a contribution from Tarboro or for Edgecombe County or Electric Cities or Duke Energy or Union Power. Everything we build and everything we submit to the town council and through the building department will have a bond in place that for whatever reason, if we shut down the data center, that bond would cover the cleanup. Now, should we, and we don't think it would ever happen, shut down the data center, just the recycling alone would be an enormous amount of money. Recovering all kinds of rare minerals and there's a number of other issues that I take issue with as well, including we are not going to have a negative impact on natural gas, which I explained before, or the cost of natural gas, and that we are satisfied to the position where we're prepared to spend $6.4 billion, not a wish, but feeling comfortable that we can do this and make a return on our investment, and at the same time create 500 well-paying jobs. So we think that what we're bringing to the community is reasonable, is fair, may not be without some risk, as Paul Pike had mentioned, but we think they're all manageable. And then,
With respect
in terms
to that,
of
we've
the
heard a lot from the witnesses about
Mr. Gunn, please advise.
Does the witness have any additional studies or reports to cite or additional experience with other similar projects you've researched?
I personally do not, but right now, at this moment, came to this hearing tonight just based on the information that was on the agenda alone. So was here to learn more. But I do have studies and resources and links on fact checks, information that explains how data centers can be developed without gas turbines co-located at their premises and supply sufficient clean power to data centers. So if that is of interest, I'm happy to share those links with the town council at the end of this call. So those are studies and reports by my organization, not by myself personally.
Mr. Gunn, can you perhaps elaborate on the process in which we're taking part in communications exports? Because,
Yeah, I mean, notwithstanding what, one of the issues we have with the special use permit process, all evidence has to be presented at this meeting, which by previous public input, and those kind of, in this process, it's just what we're
So previous conversations with people that are not present here that were just brought up by other witnesses also fall under that as hearsay.
Testify to their own experience.
Experience.
What they heard or saw or witnessed. It's kind of touching on the line.
I guess my question is, established pretty early on, not only an experience with one of these facilities, really that much in the United States. There's, what, half a dozen of them? Natural gas powered. I mean, the man back there said that there's one in Abilene, South Dakota, Wyoming.
It's hard to say how many there are. I couldn't sit here and tell you a quantity of natural gas powered data centers. Those are the ones off the top of my head that I know of.
Meta's got three large ones in Louisiana recently in the last 9 months. Meta.
Yeah, Facebook, right? Do you have any experience with doing those?
I live in Louisiana where they're part of our economy and what's spinning our economy up, but no, I didn't participate in construction of those.
Councilwoman Dunn, do you have a question?
No one has provided any proof of experience or credentials. They just said nobody's had anything laying around. I mean, presented to us, stating that. Listen to each of you, sound like you kind of know what you're talking about, and I hear her, and I feel that she knows what she's talking about. But the problem is, us as a council, we haven't done our research. And it's hard for me to make a decision just based upon what each witness has provided to us tonight.
I think my biggest concern is the lack of a representative from the natural gas utility. That's kind of the big sticking point. We've heard of a recount of conversation with Piedmont. I really feel like that's good evidence compared to something coming directly from the gas.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Okay.
I probably like to entertain a motion to continue this hearing at a later date. We still have our citizens to go through tonight, and I am still late, or a little late, and so the temperature began to start getting a little short and stuff, so if we continue this at a later date, and then maybe go ahead and I don't know if we'll be pushed through the rest of the agenda, or maybe do it like a continuation.
All right, so there's a motion to continue this hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Taylor is second. Councilman Brown's motion to continue this hearing to a later date. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just remind council not to have any further discussions among yourselves. When you come back, it'll be just like when we continued the hearing earlier during the SUP process. There will be opportunities for the parties to speak again, present new evidence, for the new witnesses to address the council, cross-examine there. So keep that in mind, it's an active hearing, so no further discussion outside of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hinton. So no ex parte communication from the parties, between the council and any parties.
And very well, we consider council's acting like a judge. We don't want a judge to get involved in the case outside the court.
Is my testimony concluded, or would I be able to come back and testify with resources?
Mr. Hinton will pick up on. Yes, you can come back next week. Okay. So with that being said, when do we continue this hearing? September meeting. Councilman Brown, any state your motion?
This council meeting is September 8th, but we want to do a special meeting.
Yeah, I'd rather do the special meeting.
Alright, so
That Tuesday night or Thursday. Wednesday night is church night for a lot of those. Which Tuesday is it? Tuesday, the 19th, tomorrow night? Let's do it.
We'll do it next week.
What's the problem with this?
their testimony is still part of the hearing.
When the testimony stands, they don't necessarily have to be present at the next hearing. That's kind of up to them.
Councilman Brown, next September meeting?
Yes, just go ahead and do that.
All right, so the discussion, the motion is to continue.
Continue the hearing at the September meeting.
I second Stan's.
Okay.
So
Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? All right, we've got a motion. Yes.
Finish it. All we want to do is want to go somewhere, get on that top somewhere, and we talk information. Right now, we got the experts here. So I say we finish it tonight.
Mr. The substitute motion is on the table, that needs a second, correct? Okay, would anybody like to second Councilman Burnett's motion to continue the meeting this evening? the motion dies on the table, no second. All right, the motion is to continue the meeting until the September council meeting on September the 8th, which will begin at 7 o'clock. That motion was made by Councilman Brown and seconded by Councilman Taylor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Councilman Burnett dissents, motion passes. We continue the